household. Good evening, panelists, and welcome back. I hope you all had good lunch and are absolutely energetic for the second half of our event today. Before we proceed further, I'd like to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raj Singh ji, and would request him to kindly speak a few words.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me again this afternoon. Mr. Nair, who's already there online, thank you very much, sir, for accepting our request and take out time of your schedule to be with us this afternoon. Friends, even though it seems I've never met Mr. Nair, but I think I follow him on social media. And the recent lecture of his in HPE, that Harvard Project for Asian Interpretations, I think it has stormed the social media. And I'm sure, sir, you have noticed this. Your 5 principles which you gave to the youth are being talked about widely on social media, LinkedIn and other social media. And for the benefit of those who could not attend the lecture of HPR recently in January, sir talked about 5 principles which may well take a person from being famous to great, from being successful to great. And these 5 principles he told were: listen more and talk less. The second one was find common ground whenever you discuss or interact with anyone. Focus on job to be done to spot the opportunities, which again very, very relevant for today's session. Deliver wins, however small they could be, they don't have to be big. And the fifth one is always focus on mindsets. They are the pearls of wisdom which, if absorbed by us, teachers and students alike, can make huge difference in what we do. Sir, since morning today, we have had a feast, and I think the feast still continues. In the morning, we had Mr. Guru Murthy. He spoke, he started and set the tone for the conference of today. According to me, as we emerge from that era of lack of self-assertion as a country, which is beautifully articulated by Dilip Cherian, who said that lack of self-assertion among Indians is historically motivated, it's culturally programmed, it is genetically imbibed because we inherit from our parents and grandparents and forefathers, and that he refers to perhaps centuries of slavery we had, and we learned how to remain subdued and do not even talk about what we have achieved or what we have done. But then he says, apart from being historically motivated, culturally programmed, and genetically imbibed, it has been socially sanctified. I think that's the kind of a mindset we have lived with almost till the beginning of the century. But of late, I have seen that as a country, we are trying to take the center stage in the world in almost every walk of life. In the global arena, we have told that the idea of India is different from what has been in the past. It is the businesses which are playing a role in this assertion of India on the global stage. It is when the consciousness is coming that the HR has to play a role of a partner in the business and not a support service. In this background, as we undertake this journey of Gen 2.0 after 10 years, we have kept before us the strategy which is all inclusive, where we have kept entrepreneurship as the focus as we take research beyond to the innovation and practice. And we intend to make impact on the community and the society. I think as a model of education, we would like to learn from you how the business is changing, and because of that, what we should be doing in academic institution. I think that is what we look forward to. I'll not speak much. I have joined one to welcome you, sir, and second would like to listen to you as we undertake this journey and refine it before we roll out in the coming academic session, that how the student and faculty and institution taken together can make a difference when I think the era say that we have to cohabit with the industry, co-create and co-own the curriculum. Otherwise, the concept of university as we've known it is going to change and change forever. And university will become just one of the options. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, we welcome you, and over to you for the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind words, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute honor and privilege to introduce our second keynote speaker for the day, who leads by example and is an inspiration to many. He's joining us from Boston, and what I admire the most about him is his willingness to work out possibilities. When I reached out to him to invite him for this conference, he went out of his way to work out a possibility and agreed to be here today despite his busy schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, please note it is 6 a.m. in Boston right now. I repeat, it is 6 a.m. in Boston right now. And his level of commitment speaks volumes about our keynote speaker. He is none other than Mr. Hari Nair. Mr. Hari Nair is currently a vice president at Procter & Gamble. He is a visiting scholar at the Harvard School of Public Health. After completing advanced leadership fellowship at Harvard University, Hari was the group chief strategy and innovation officer for Sime Darby, a 13 billion USD conglomerate and diversified multinational with businesses in key growth sectors, namely plantations, industrial equipment, motors, property, energy, and utilities, with operations in more than 20 countries. Hari led the group's strategy, innovation, M&A, and corporate finance teams and created Sime Darby's long-term value creation agenda. The strategy and transformation culminated in the creation of three standalone pure play listed companies on the Kuala Lumpur Stock Exchange in late 2017. Prior to joining Sime Darby, Hari served as the global managing director for Kimberly Clark's Global Innovation Center, based in Seoul, South Korea. In this role, Hari had all site wide responsibilities for the GIC, including the leadership of several global programs. During his tenure, Hari established a multidisciplinary global innovation center that is helping in fueling KC's innovation pipeline. From 2006 until 2012, Hari was partner and vice president at InnoSight. A firm founded by Clayton Christensen, the leading authority on disruptive innovation, collaborating with companies to devise growth strategies, building innovation capabilities, and creating products and services that improve people's life. Hari is a thought leader and expert in applying various innovation and new business models in emerging markets, having advised several Fortune 500 companies. Hari began his career with Procter & Gamble, where he spent 14 long years in R&D, seeing various senior leadership roles in US and China. Hari also served as a faculty member for strategy and innovation for Duke Corporation Education, Carlson School of Management, and Tuck School of Business Education executive programs. Mr. Hari Nair, it is an absolute privilege to welcome you here. Thank you once again from the bottom of my heart for your kind acceptance. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rohit, and thank you, everyone. Well, it's hard to beat that introduction because when I hear that, I feel like what's there for me to say. But thank you for the time and the opportunity. Rohit, I applaud you for reaching out to me. You reached out to me after the HBR conference, and I was glad to do it. It is 6 a.m. It's actually very dark outside, which is why I have the light on, so you can at least see my face. But it's a real privilege to join you. You know, I have I thought about what to talk about today, and I thought this opening remarks might be a good setup for some question and answer, which is really what I really want to do. You know, I'm speaking on my, these are my personal views. I'm not speaking, as part of my affiliations, but I really believe my entire life has been focused on sitting at the intersections of both corporate world, academia, and research, right? So I'm a scientist at heart. I'm a chemical engineer. So from the very beginning, it was always about, discovering and learning new things. And, my career, while it's been diverse, it's always been about new experiences that allow me to learn new things, and which is ultimately what led to those 5 principles that Sir shared a little while ago. Because I think as I've gotten older, that's what I've become. Is I've become a continuous learner. That's all I am, and that's how our life is supposed to be. Actually, we're supposed to just keep learning. We're not, we get our degree, and actually that's when the learning really begins. The degree is just the launch pad for future learning. So a few things to think about for all of us today would be, one is, the putting the pandemic aside, right, which of course has been incredibly transformative for many things. We're living in an age where the need for academia and civil society and corporations all having to work together to actually create a better future is even more urgent. So I do think that, as you think about curriculum, as you think about how we prepare our students for the future, it is really a time to think about what are those things that are needed. And it's really not necessarily teaching them skills. Skills can be taught, I think, throughout your life, as long as you have a learning mindset. You need some skills, but what you really need is the mindset of learning and the ability to continuously learn. Right. So, one of the things I keep thinking, one of the reasons why I teach still today, when I can, is because by teaching, you're actually learning too, because being around students, you're also learning. So the ability to actually invest in yourself, putting time and capital, right? Not money, but time capital in yourself to take time away so you can rediscover and learn new things is going to be a necessity for the next 20, 30, 40, 50, for everybody who's coming out of school today, in my view. So universities often, they have programs to do those things kind of in a episodic way. Maybe you go get your master's or your PhD, or maybe you have some 1 week program. But this notion of continuous learning, if that could be baked into the curriculum itself, I think that would be very interesting. So that when you leave, you're not just leaving the school, you're actually going to have a program for the next 10, 15 years to continue to develop you. That's one thought. The second thought I think would be really interesting is how companies are changing, right? So I think corporations also are now becoming much more aware of, first of all, our planet, sustainability, and what we do to make sure that we keep a better future for the world. It's not just about the profit loss, which has always been important for corporations, right? But we also need to think about the broader effect of society. And not only do the corporations need to do that, the customers that we're serving are demanding that. So I think that's, and the employees that work in the companies are also demanding that. So it's a change that's permanent. And I think you're going to see that, as we teach finance courses and other things, we can't just look at the EBITDA and the margins. We actually have to look at, okay, what are the other knock-on effects of some of the things that you're doing? So as you teach the students that are coming out, they should also be thinking about the long-term effects that they have. And then maybe the final thought I had, just to maybe kick it off, is around innovation, right? So the majority of my career has been focused on innovation. So whether it was an R&D in the first part of my career, where I innovated on new products, and including I worked, from 2002 to 2006, I was based in Asia, and it worked very closely in India as we were working on quite a lot of innovation initiatives in India. And those were more, I would say, product improvements, improving our products, right? Then the second part of my innovation journey was working with Professor Christensen on disruptive innovation. And you've heard a lot about disruptive innovation. And the real theory of disruption is that, when companies are innovating new products, there's always a market out there that are non-consumers or underserved consumers. And therein lies an opportunity to innovate in a different way. And so what I loved about those years working with Professor Christensen was that the theory of disruption is so fantastic for India. Because India, to me, and I would say India is the best laboratory for disruption, always. And that's why I love working in India and talking to students who are there, because if you think about non-consumption opportunities, even today in 2021, massive non-consumption opportunities in India for innovation. And so I really challenge all of you to think about innovation in a way that's very different, because in fact, my dream is more companies in India innovate for India, not necessarily just take their innovations and export it to the other markets, because the bigger opportunity always remains in India. So that's something that I would say. So disruptive innovation is something I would definitely feel is something that is here to stay. And that too, as a country like India emerges and continues to grow, focusing in India for disruption would be great. A big part of disruptive innovation, though, is also new business models that are emerging, right? So that also, I mean, in the last 15, 20 years, you would see what a dramatic change there has been on the types of business models that are emerging as well in markets around the world, but specifically in India. I was a few years ago when I was back in India. I live in Kerala, and I have a home there, and I go to a barber shop there, and I've gone to the same barber for many, many years, and so he's never changed the price. He's always had the same price. So talk about inflation and everything. But I always give him a little more than whatever he charges me. But the last time I went there, he said, "Sir, I don't want your money." I said, what do you mean you don't want my money? I want you to pay me through Paytm. So he didn't even want my rupee. He wanted me to pay him through Paytm. And I thought, here is this local guy in India already using that as the means of commerce. And I asked him why. So, well, sir, I come from a village. I have to drive my motorcycle here. I don't want to take my money back. I'd rather just have the Paytm just transfer the money. So, I mean, it just shows that in a market like India, how, even at the local barbershop, how the behavior is changing and all that. So that just gave me the firsthand realization of, you're living in an amazing time, and India is an amazing market. And I would challenge all of you to continue to think about innovations around both products, disruption, and business models. And finally, I would say the comment about mindsets, right? And this is probably the single biggest thing I've learned over the years, is to be able to think about, every single thing. You're facing obstacles all the time. I mean, we're all right now, facing a major challenge with the pandemic. I mean, this conference, I'm guessing, would have been a live physical conference, but here you are hosting it over virtual. That's just, but that creates new opportunities of innovation, but it's a mindset of how do you overcome, right? So I think that is one element, I keep challenging is, when you face adversity, it just means that there are many more solutions out there that nobody has thought of, right? And so that's one thing that I think the pandemic has taught us, but I would say it should continue, because many things that are coming out of this pandemic, I think will let people know what else is possible. For example, business travel, right? I mean, people used to travel for business all the time for a meeting. I would think today, then, why would anybody want to get on a plane to go fly for sitting in a room to have a meeting? You could just, if you want to have a meeting, you probably could just have it over video conference. But there may be other circumstances and other opportunities where physically meeting makes a lot of difference, right? So I think the ability to have a different mindset as times change is super important. And the comment there is around the growth mindset. I mentioned in the HPAIR conference, Rohit, I mentioned the book Growth Mindsets by Carol Dweck. It just talks about a different frame of how we think and how we grow ourselves, going back to my earlier points. And again, I'll kind of stop here, and then maybe perhaps open it up for questions and discussion. Given I wanted to have this to be a little bit of interactive, I thought I would make a few opening remarks, and then let's try to have some Q&A and have a discussion any of these topics.
Sure. Thank you so much, Hari. Hari, we'd like to ask you a question. Could you share your experience when you collaborated with the Godrej Group and brought Chotu Cool into the Indian market? We'd like to know and hear a little more on that.
Sure. Let me kind of, if I may, Rohit, I'll just share one slide maybe,
Sure, please go ahead.
and kind of see if this can work. Talk a little bit about that. Let's see here. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, let me go to full screen mode here. If I can move this so you can see. Yeah, this was one of the greater privileges of my life. When I first joined working at InnoSight with Clay, that's Clayton Krishna's Jamshed Godrej and GS Sundaraman over to the right. And that's a different version of me to the left. I was a little larger then, but that was the photo. Anyway, we worked. Godrej, as you know, is an iconic company. We really, I mean, it's one of the treasures of India, in my view. Much like many other companies in India, but obviously, the opportunity on Chotu Cool was really interesting because if you look at this is around 2006 2007, so India has of course already had refrigeration, but there was a large group of consumers in India that still did not have refrigeration or access to refrigerators, and so we sort of focused on that, and this really is the innovator's dilemma, right? So innovators, generally the companies that innovate, right, always tend to innovate on on this blue line, what we call sustaining innovations. They keep making better and better feature loaded refrigerators. And what generally happens is that when you do that, you keep going up that curve, that blue line, and you keep serving your best consumers. So you add more features, you make bigger refrigerators, you make refrigerators that dispense water, you make refrigerators that dispense ice, right? But yet, as that happens, there's this group of consumers down here who have a different level of performance expectations, i.e., just keep something cool overnight, maybe for 2 days. I just need a different cooler. So while we had seen the growth of refrigeration, there was this massive underserved non-users in the market. And when we presented that idea to Mr. Godrej, he spotted that as an opportunity. And he said, that's right, we should serve those markets. And it also became one of the most classic, if you take the Harvard Business School disruptive innovation course, which is available online, the Chotu Cool case is actually featured as one of the most best examples of how disruption can work. And what's interesting is that this is over a decade ago now, 15 years ago, but they continue to innovate on that disruption platform. And what typically happens with disruptive innovation, they may start at a more lower end of the performance curve relative to the sustaining innovations, but they get better over time. I don't know how many of you remember Skype when it was first launched way back in 2004, 2005. I mean, it was it was many years ago, right? Voice over IP. Voice over IP, when it first launched, was very poor. I mean, the connections would drop every, I don't know, 10 seconds. You may drop the line, you have to redial again. But yet there were a lot of users of Skype, and those people who were really using it were people who were overseas and wanted to make a really, basically a free phone call versus paying roaming charges on their cell phone, right? So they were willing to compensate for all the challenges of Skype, right, way back then. And then as you know, when we look at what we're doing today, we're having, conversations virtually with zero latency across 10,000 miles and having it as if I'm there in the conference, right? But in 15 years, all that technology improved. So what you have to understand with disruption is that they often start off serving the underserved and non-users, but the technology gets better over time. And so Chotu Cool is just one of many examples of disruption. But I thought, it was one of the best ones because obviously it happened in India, but also it's an example that everyone can relate to because it's refrigeration, right? We had another one also in India, which with a client called Medtronic, which makes pacemakers and stents and cardiovascular devices, and we had a project with them that was also very similar, where it was about serving the underserved with a new business model. So we didn't have to develop a new technology. It was about how do you create a new business model to serve the underserved. And if you're interested, we could talk about that as well.
Sure. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. I also would like you to throw some light on how did you counter India being a very price sensitive market? How did you manage to bring in Tide into the Indian markets? We'd like to know more on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, India, back in those days, I mean, India is obviously a huge market. And it's evolved over time. I think, just like China and India and these markets have all evolved over time, that because, people have, people have a job to be done, maybe, getting their clothes clean or their house clean, whatever it may be. But the need for having cost-effective solutions are very clear. And India is one of the biggest challenges, right? Because India's price difference between the least expensive priced product and the most expensive priced product is pretty large. So, I mean, the innovation required a lot of work around how we think about the product, the performance, what really is needed to deliver the performance. So we had to innovate quite a bit on just understanding the consumer. So spent a lot of time back in those days in the market. But one of the great things about working in the company that I work in is that we are very much consumer driven. So, it's the consumer who decides how we think about things. And then it's also about giving an irresistible performance. So for us, when I think about any market, whether it's India or China or United States, we want to deliver a performance that is truly differentiated from the competition. But as you said, Rohit, in certain markets, the price challenges are difficult. So you have to innovate on the supply chain. You have to innovate on the raw materials. You have to, of course, we had the sachet, business in India, which still remains to be which allows you to create a low unit price point, which is different than in a lot of other markets. But it starts with the consumer. It starts with really understanding, what do they expect in terms of performance. And a lot of our chemistry driven innovations, performance really does matter. Consumers will pay a little bit more if they know that the job is done correctly, right? And so we knew that, and based on that, we were able to innovate a little bit better, I believe.
That's amazing. Some of our participants up here would like to know if you could share some learning moments that you encountered while working with the world's I would say world's foremost authority on disruptive innovation, which was Clayton Christensen.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think we're coming. We just passed the 1 year anniversary of Clay's, passing. It was a year ago, this past weekend, and in fact, February 1st was his memorial, February 1st of 2020. So it's a great time to remember about Clay. So I would encourage you, first of all, if anyone is interested, I did a podcast for Clay's disruptive podcast. He has one, and I share a lot of stories, but I'll share a couple of few stories about Clay because there's so many. First and foremost, he's a very towering man. You saw the picture. He's almost 7 foot tall. Okay. So one of the things I always found with him was, and we spent a lot of time together in India. He was on the board of TCS at the time. So whenever he was in India, I would meet him in Bombay, and we would always meet just for dinner or just to have a conversation. But whenever there was photos taken, Clay would, because he was always so tall, he would get on his knees. So my height and his height would be almost equal, which I thought was, and it was a real sign of humility and actually a lot of just the way his nature was a very, he cared about people in a way, and anybody who's been associated with Clay, I was just one of hundreds of people that he knew and know him, will say that his affection to you is like no one else, right? So that's one part of the relationship, is how he treats people and how he sort of nurtures them. So and well after I left Innosight, of course I stayed very close, connected to him and his teaching. So that's, I would say, the him as a human being is the number one thing that I think about when I think about him. Of course, as a management guru and as a disruptive innovation, there's so many things that I think that. But the Chota Cool is a great example. I had just joined InnoSight. It was just a couple of months. It was my very first project. And I remember sitting in, I forget which hotel it was, somewhere in Mumbai. We were reviewing all the different ideas we had developed, and Clay was also an engineer. He was an engineer. He had first built a semiconductor startup, and then he sold it, and then he joined HBS and became a professor. So he looks at things through an engineering lens as well. So that was the other connection I had with him, that he understood science really well. So when you're talking to someone who understands science, who's also a management business guru, it's a lot easier than those who just understand the financial numbers, right? But he immediately spot Chota Cool. He said, this is the idea. He saw it right away, and he saw how he made the connection between, so the technology of Chota Cool is essentially, it's something called the Peltier technology. Those of you who are engineers, you know that there's a bit of there's a cooling, there's a way you can do Peltier cooling. It's how your laptops are cooled. It's just basically creating a polarity between two metal plates. And you can actually create a cooling line between that, and it's a very it's not as efficient as a compressor, but it's a cooling system. And he saw it because he had the experience from the semiconductor industry, and he said, yeah, this kind of cooling could work for that market because they don't need to freeze the technology, they don't need frozen foods and all that. So he immediately saw it, and without his support, in the meeting when we had with the Godrej Group, I'm sure, we may have gone a different direction, but Clay was definitely instrumental in that. The other thing about, Clay, one element that I learned from him is he used theory not to kind of say, hey, there's a disruption theory. Theory sort of tells you what could happen in the future. So he uses theory to sort of predict, because he didn't really, unlike a lot of other management theories, you would say, okay, what do you do with this theory? Well, you learn the theory and you move on to the next one. What Clay would really ask you to do is, how do you apply the theory to sort of predict what could happen, right? So that was the other thing that I learned from that, that two graphs that I showed you, which is very famous, in all his books. Some of you probably have seen it. How do you use that theory to actually predict outcomes, right? In any outcome that you may be seeing. So that was also a very unique skill that I was able to learn from Clay, because now when I see opportunities, like right now in the pandemic world, there's lots of new technologies coming out, right? So you can use the theory to see, well, where can that go? And how do you actually how do you actually see that evolving in the future? Those are things that I'm very grateful for. But first and foremost, Rohit, it's him as a human being, and what a generous man he really is.
I absolutely agree with you. Thank you so much, Hari, for that. The next question is, how do you manage the sustainability element in this process of innovative, disruption? How do you bring in the sustainability factor while we talk about disruption?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think there's several ways to look at sustainability, right? And I think it's less like disruption. Sustainability is a very complex word. It could mean different things to different people. So at a more basic level, someone who never had access to let's talk about Chota Cool as an example, right? So if you didn't have refrigeration and you had to throw away food that was rotting, you can argue that that's not sustainable either, right? You're wasting food, right? So at some level, you need a level of innovation that is at least providing longevity. And I think, and when you're going after non-consumption in an opportunity like Chota Cool, I think you're definitely providing access to and affordability to something that otherwise would cause less sustainability in things like food waste, right? But I think beyond that, I think you look for elements like, for example, the energy utilization, right? So Chota Cool is one where it had to be able to work in low energy situations, or frankly, even on a battery. So even if you had an inverter, it could run a Chota Cool, because one of the challenges back in those days, I'm sure it's gotten better now, is intermittent power, right? So power, if you have intermittent power, you need something that will remain cool, and then can have that. It's hard to run a refrigerator without full continuous power, right? So we had to design it that way. And then the other thing is, what do you do in the supply chain, and frankly, just when the product gets old and it needs to be reused or recycled. So how do you create sort of a closed loop within? So as you think about disruption, I think that those are some of the elements you can look at. Is the innovation creating at least some positive impact on the environment, on the person, whatever it may be? Are we not demanding more energy than its alternative, right? And then finally, how do you ensure that we're able to make sure that the whatever waste that could come out of that innovation is sort of looped back in, so that it doesn't get back into landfills or other things. Again, great thing about innovating in India is that nothing goes to waste in India, right? Nothing goes to waste. There's always a loop line that could come in. Parts can be done. So that's why I go back to my earlier point about disruption. I still believe it's the single best market to develop disruptive innovation remains India. I've always believed that, because it has many of these ecosystems already coexisting together. So the innovator their job is to actually connect those ecosystems into the innovation. For Chota Cool, the distribution system, for example, for Chota Cool was the Indian Post Office. So we used the Indian Post Office to actually distribute the Chota Cool. We didn't go put it in the regular stores, right? So we didn't have to invent a new channel. We used the post office to be the channel. So that's the kind of innovation that you could do there. And I think sustainability can be brought in.
Sure. Hari, on the contrary, a lot of people argue that when we speak about disruption, India being a labor-intensive market, this to an extent, when you talk about coupling artificial intelligence or machine learning, or when you talk about new disruption coming into the system, this further creates a lot of challenges for people who maybe are not cut out for it. So since India is pretty labor intensive, this again raises questions that will disruption actually lead to many other job opportunities, or will this lead to job cuts? So this again has been a kind of a debate for many years now. So what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, it's a great question, and this by the way, this similar question was asked 15 years ago, right? So it hasn't, or maybe 20 years ago. So I haven't, this is not a new question in my view. I recommend a book called Prosperity Paradox. It was like last book that Christensen wrote with one of his colleagues, but in that Prosperity Paradox, and it actually looks at markets that are emerging markets, as we want to say, and how we can grow. The reality is that when you look at non-consumption, it actually creates more. That's actually the more sustainable way to grow an economy, is to create jobs, go after, serve the underserved. Even in developed markets, right? I mean, even in markets like the U.S., where you could say it's advanced economy or whatever. But there are parts of the United States that represent very much like underserved markets in the world, right? We tend to, sadly, it's largely ignored, but there is a huge potential. So when I look at markets, even having spent 16 years in Asia, and now I'm back in the U.S., and when I look at the U.S. market, I see a lot of opportunities to create employment. And I'll come to the AI point in a minute, but by serving the underserved, right? And it's just that people on prima facie, when you look at those markets, it doesn't look attractive, because the products may require a lower price, or you don't think the consumers need the performance. I mean, it's a lot of paradigms that you have to change. You have to say, look, there's a job to be done there, right? That you could solve, and if you could solve it, you can create an ecosystem and a business model that employs those people and gets that done. And again, lot of examples in India that can be imported here. VG Govindarajan's book, Reverse Innovation, is another great one, right? Because VG talks about a lot of the ideas that happen in the East that could be imported to here. And so in general, I do believe that that the technology and going after disruption non-users actually in net creates employment and better livelihoods than not doing it. Now, coming back to your artificial intelligence question and all these other, kind of automation, right? I look back to the barber who cut my hair, right? He is now, he's using, an e-commerce tool or a payment tool called Paytm now to connect his cash. Now, clearly he has made that choice, and he's now got he's done it for several reasons, right? It's not necessarily AI, but it's a technology now he's enabled. So I believe the more you can democratize AI or technologies to the masses, the innovation will come from them about how they can leverage that to create more value, right? So are humans going to be disintermediated completely by technology? I mean, there are people like Elon Musk who are worried about what AI can do, and I do think there's some validity to maybe there's some future world out there, but in the current world, I don't see this being a huge threat. I see it as how can we innovate so we can empower people to create value for themselves, right? And that's where AI and knowledge and information can come in, right? And so I'm a believer that the more you can democratize this innovation, put it in the hands of everybody versus the few, the better it is for the longer term innovation. That's just my personal view, by the way, not speaking for anyone else.
Right. Thanks, Hari. At this point in time, our conference convener, Professor Sunita BK, has a question for you. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Ari, indeed, it is a pleasure listening to you. On a personal note, I want to share you. When I started teaching entrepreneurial development, your Chota Cool was my favorite case study, which I did for 3 years. Thank you for that. I really enjoyed doing it. Ari, I have one question to you. Is innovation only limited to urban quarters or digital payments or something related with only AI? Does innovation can be done even at the grassroots levels? You told you're from Kerala. I also come from a rural background. For rural areas, other than anything related with payments, can any social innovation right now is there which can change their lives, especially with the rural economy?
Absolutely. I 100% agree, Professor, because so, for example, one of my favorite examples, outside of my work with Clay was the example around the movie Padman, which I'm sure you've seen, right? And again, I had an opportunity to meet him many years ago with VG Govindarajan, and what was really interesting about that innovation is he's solving a problem that is a big problem. How do you deliver feminine hygiene products to the underserved? I mean, there are already big companies making those products, but he did it through he instead of requiring a huge factory and asset that's going to cost hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars to build, he makes a small kind of a unit that can actually produce relatively acceptable quality products that can be served, right? So I think we can take a lot of inspiration from serving markets, because there are a lot of innovators out there. And what was great about his innovation is that he sort of deconstructed the product himself, and then he figured out what was needed, and then he made a product, and he figured out how to put together the manufacturing system, how do you brand it. I mean, he put the whole thing together, and that perhaps is the biggest need in these innovations, in disruptive innovations, but is that you have to, there's a whole, it's not good enough just to develop the product. You need to develop the entire thing, the ecosystem, the manufacturing, the supply chain, the go-to-market model. And in the Medtronic example I'll share with you now, which is another one where the product is the same. It's the same. So if you have a stent or if you have a pacemaker from Medtronic, where you're here in the United States or Europe or India, the product is the same. It's a very high-end product. Now, the question is, how do you ensure that the person who needs the product in India gets it, right? And so the innovation was, we actually adopted a lot from the Arvind model, and that's another great model of innovation. So tons of examples of innovation in India, right? So I'm like, I always say, go study the innovation in India to people, because it's just, there's amazing innovation there. So Arvind, you know how they do the screening at the eye camps, and they bring the people into the hospitals, and then they have a completely very, optimized system, for delivering eye care, right? So we learned from Arvind how to apply that for cardiovascular care. And it turned out that one of the ways we had to do this was we had to do basically free cardiac screening in rural markets to be able to identify who may be having arrhythmia and who may not be, then get them into hospitals for further testing. And then ultimately, if they needed a pacemaker, it wasn't to give them a cheap pacemaker. It was, how do you provide affordability to the pacemaker? So it turned out that we partnered with a company to create the first, at that time, the first ever financing scheme for a medical device. And it was never, people could do that, but they had to use their credit cards and stuff, and that was very exorbitant. But so designing a proper way to an affordable way for a consumer to have that therapy became a mission for Medtronic, and that was a huge part of the innovation. So the innovation had very little to do with the product. In fact, nothing to do with the product. It had everything to do with all the other things. So I think rural markets are inspiration, but the message is that you have to be willing to go the distance, and you have to have a very mission-driven company. So Godrej is very mission-driven. It wasn't just about profits and losses. Medtronic is very mission-driven. So when you work with companies like that, it's a real pleasure, because you can go and develop these other solutions beyond just working on the product itself.
Thank you, Adi. Thank you so much.
Right. So Hari, now speaking from the student's point of view, 2020 was a year to unlearn a lot of things and relearn a lot of other things as well. A lot of students have stayed back home and have taken classes virtually. Many people who were in their job roles until the pandemic had to go through some sort of upskilling in terms of their existing skill sets. So what kind of advice do you have for the students who are looking at creating startups in times to come? What sort of advice would you have for them?
Yeah, no, I think this year more than ever probably challenged. I have a daughter who's also currently getting ready for college and had to be virtually schooled to her final year, and so I certainly understand the changes that students have to go through. So I think a few things I would come to mind. One is, I think, if anything, what this has taught people is that, well, we're putting the education part of it aside, but in terms of where you're located and with technologies such as what we're using right now, your ability to interact and connect and learn is now, there's nothing that prevents you, right? You can connect to any content anywhere in the world and skill yourself and teach yourself a lot of things. So that's a net positive, right? And more people are going to recognize that where you're located, as long as you have the skill set and as long as you have the ability to learn and contribute, and you can be technologically connected, physically locating you with someone is maybe not as important as it was before the pandemic. So many offices are now considering, how do we think about, that even impacts things like recruitment, right? So if we want to recruit somebody in a company, we may now be more open to where hey, if the person can be located somewhere else, maybe we would consider that, versus before the pandemic, you would say, no, you have to relocate, you have to be there and all that. So that's at that. Now, your question was more about startups, right? And I would say this, that there are, again, it depends on where you want to go after, but what's the opportunity. But I went to do startups much later in my career, right? And I mentioned this book in the HPR called Range, Rohit. That's another book I would recommend all of you to read. The most successful entrepreneurs, as it turns out, are not in their 20s. They're actually in their mid 40s, right? So it turns out that it does actually help to have a bit of experience in doing sort of what you may say not interesting kind of, but more routine roles early in your career. I wouldn't say that exactly for myself, but I would say, you know, in general, somehow there's a fantasy that, oh, startups are great, and yeah, they are good, but they're really hard to succeed in, and having some experience actually helps. So I think the ability to kind of build some experiences for you, and my advice is build as much in your 20s, you know, and that's what the book would suggest, is that in your from your time you're 20 to 30, you should try to diversify as many different experiences as you can, which may lead to you deciding which area of interest you may have for a startup, or to do later on. But your odds of succeeding in a startup early is very low. It doesn't mean I'm discouraging you to do it. I'm just saying that it's very low. So how do you de-risk yourself? And one way you de-risk yourself is you sort of build a much broader experience base, and then you also build a network, right? So the other thing you really need is who's going to back you on your startup, right? So how are you going to raise your capital? How are you going to build your team, right? So very often that comes with time. You need to give a little bit of time for that. And so again, it varies by startup, right? There are kids who are 13 years old doing entrepreneurial things, which are amazing. But you know, if you're going to go something beyond just coding and creating software, and you want to do something more physical and you know, a product or something like that, or a service, you know, you're going to get into you know, the need for you know, raising capital, building teams, having networks, and I think giving yourself some time to do that would be good. But in the meantime, diversify your experience base as much as you can, and so you learn, you know, and discover what are you really good at, because it's not obvious when you come out of school what you really are good at. You've learned some skills and you've got some knowledge, but you got to go and experience that before you really figure out what your passion area is.
Right. Thank you so much, Hari. Hari, one last question to you is about, we for sure know that you're involved with a lot of R&D work with P&G. I remember reading something relating to, you guys are doing something related to waste management in your R&D. So could you please speak a little more on that? It spoke about, you know, reducing complete use of plastics. So I'd like to know a little more about that from you.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably very publicly out there. You know, P&G has made a very strong commitment to sustainability goals, you know, for 2030 and beyond, actually. And we have several initiatives, and I'd encourage you guys to go to our website and you'll learn more. But you know, a couple of them I think we're really excited about. In the Consumer Electronics Show, which was all virtual this year in Las Vegas, we unveiled our 50-liter home initiative, right? And 50 liters, it's very interesting, because this is what we believe every human needs to survive, you know, per day, you know. And how do you design a 50 liters of water? So 50 liters of water is what every human would need. So how do you design a house or a ecosystem where we can do all the things that you need to do in a household, which is cleaning yourself, bathing, dishes, everything else, you know, with less than 50 liters or less. So that's a huge challenge, right? That's a huge challenge to how to create that system. And so we are working, you know, not just with us, it also requires partners to make that happen. You can't just do it with just how do you make effective chemistry or packaging. You have to do that. So that's one initiative I think that's really going to be important for us to continue to learn and evolve. But the other one is in packaging, as you said, Rohit. I mean, we are very much keen on reducing, if not eliminating, you know, the amount of package that we're creating, because we are. I mean, consumer products tend to be a package-heavy business. So looking at ways we can leverage, you know, closed systems and other things. And again, we've got several experiments going on around the world. But that's some huge area of focus, I would say, for not just us, but just about, you know, every other company that is serious about making a difference in the environment.
Sure. Hari, it's been a pleasure to interact with you. I really wish, this interaction goes on, but then I totally understand your busy schedule and would not like to hold you for too long. But I really appreciate the fact, I'm sure every single student out there who's listening to you right now is truly inspired by the fact that you took out time at 6 a.m. in the morning to be here. Very few people will actually go out of their way to do that. So I truly am humbled, and on behalf of everyone out here, I'd like to, especially thank you for, making this happen for us. Thank you so
Roy,
much.
it was my pleasure. Thank you so much. I'm just curious, how many students are in the conference? I could only see a few screens up here.
So the thing is that we are running this on a webinar mode, and we are going live on Facebook. So
Okay.
so we are reaching out to close to our 30,000 people at
Wow.
this point in time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it was a real pleasure to join you, and I'd be happy to do it again next year if you guys want to have me
Sure,
back.
absolutely. I mean, it'll be an absolute privilege for us to host you back again, and probably for a longer session wherein the students could directly interact with you.
Love to do that.
Yeah. So before we close, I'd just like to request our honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to make any few final comments.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Hari, for joining. I was listening to each and everything which you spoke. It's not only inspiring for us, I think a lot of takeaways for us to be in tune with the industry and how innovation, I think it was revealing to me that even you're looking at India as to be the ground for innovation. I had read a lot about frugal innovation, which comes from India, including some UK agencies have talked about it in a research program. But it's heartening to note, and I think this only makes us more enthused about pushing research to innovation and practice. That's something we've been working on. If I may just ask, maybe taking liberty if I've been given time, any suggestions for the university you have to make?
Well, first of all, I would love to get to know the university a bit more, but one of the things I think is having more, having a way for, spurring entrepreneurship within the university, if there's opportunities to do that, right? So maybe you already have it, but
Yes.
I think giving, there are many universities now that are providing, some sort of, like, for example, one here in Boston University, here in across the river from MIT, has something called the Build Lab. It's called BUILD. It's basically an innovation lab for students to actually go and innovate, right? Harvard has one, other schools have them, but it's really it's not necessarily expecting students to create new startups completely, but it's giving them the tools and giving them some experience, maybe some mentorship, and things like that. I think would be really great for universities to consider. The other one I would also suggest is this area of continuous learning, right? Because I think this is a huge opportunity as we go into the world. So as they matriculate out of the university, how do you ensure there's a 5, 10, 15-year program for them before they leave? And I think this is a miss I think most universities have had, because once they leave, they've focused on the next recruitment batch. So I tend to believe that in today's world, if you can create that lifetime value for the student, right? The lifetime value for the student with the university, it could create just long-term returns, not only for the university, but for the student. So these are two areas that I'd be more than happy to spend time separately to explore.
Absolutely.
Those with
Thank
you.
you so much. I think CEP, continuing education program, included in our strategy, it only gives me reassurance. And I got the idea from National University of Singapore, where they've made enrollment number of a student valid for 20 years.
Correct.
Idea
Yeah,
started
that's
from
right.
there. So
Yeah.
it's not that once students graduate, we have no interaction with them. I think we're working on a subscription model where we have certain minimum things to be provided to alumni, not only for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from the day enrolled
That's
with.
fantastic.
And if
I love
required,
that.
beyond that, in fact.
Yeah.
And this innovation model, I do not know whether it fits into this build or not. We have decided to launch project-centric learning for each and every student, irrespective of which discipline they belong to. It's a group project where every course being taught in that semester is supporting that project. It's a real-life project, and they work through the semester. and semester after semester.
Mhm.
And our belief is that these projects which will solve day-to-day problems of the community and society, many of the patentable ideas will come out of this.
Mhm.
And some of these patents, maybe whatever percentage realistic will try to push the percentage upwards, has commercial value. And if nothing else, some publication comes out, and in the process, we would have made everyone, not entrepreneur, but enterprising. As you said, the mindset, the way of thinking. I
That's
think
right.
wherever they go, they'll lead the innovation. So I think
That's
these
right.
two initiatives, overarching kind of initiatives, we also took idea I was mentioning in the morning from the bottom of the pyramid and Muhammad Yunus microfinancing and Amartya
Yeah.
Sen's capability approach. We integrated that and build the model around that, where innovation
Fantastic.
will be the way of life throughout.
Fantastic. No, that is brilliant. And I think both of those sound like excellent platforms to start building. And I would echo more. It's about the mindsets more than anything,
Absolutely.
right? Both on the
Absolutely.
continuous learning as well as on entrepreneurship. If we can start to do that early enough, and then sustain that, I think it's great. And again, it's been a real privilege to join all of you today, and would be great to connect again in the future.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Hari. Hari, just a moment. I'd just like our very dear student, Dikshant, to kindly give away the word of thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for bringing in your expertise and experience with us. Fruitful and constructive talk. You are one of those few people that this conference could not do without. We are extremely grateful to you for your gracious presence. Thank you once again.
Welcome. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you.
again.
Thank you so much, Hari.
Thank
And the
you,
next
Hari.
time you're visiting India, we'd like to host you in person so that all the students can have the privilege of interacting with you, just like the way I got to do it at HPAIR 2020.
Very good, Rohit. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Take
Thank you
care.
so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Hari. Thanks.
Bye.
Respected VC sir, just requesting you to just do the book launch, sir. I request Professor Sunita BK to kindly take over.
I'm a very big fan of a lot of the superhero movies. VC sir, with your kind permission, I like to quote something. In one of the Avengers movies I saw, where Iron Man tells that responsibility always comes when you're leading. Our honorable VC sir, in a short span of time, has always led us by example. Sir, it is not to please you, but from the bottom of my heart, I will tell you, the way you have spearheaded the concept of research among my students, indeed one of the greatest things which you have contributed to us.
Thank you.
Your motivation, the way you have explained things, your presentations, I felt like a student every time I listened to you. Sir, it is indeed the honor of Center for Management Studies, JNDMTB University, that you are launching our conference book. Sir, thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you. Thank you. They're like camera flashes, somebody taking photographs.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time today.
And congratulations for what you put together. I'm
Thank you,
absolutely
sir.
delighted.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for always
Thank you,
inspiring us. Your support means a lot to me and my team. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So I can take leave now, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, dear participants. I hope you had a fruitful session with us. And now taking the baton forward, I hand it over to Ms. Shifa. Thank you so much for joining in. I'm going to catch you up. I'm going to catch with you people in a bit from now. Thank you so much.
Good evening, one and all. Moving forward, for the workshop, we have Dr. Rajdeep Manwani, who's an academician, trainer, motivational speaker, life coach, counselor, social change agent, Quizmaster par excellence, both by training and by choice. He's working as a professor and coordinator in the Department of Commerce at Jain deemed to be University and is a triple postgraduate and a PhD, having completed his MCom, MBA, and MPhil. He secured the gold medal for topping both the MCom and MPhil exams in Mysore University. He is the recipient of the National Award as role model for empowerment of persons with disability from the Honorable President of India in December 2013. He is also the recipient of the special award given by the Chief Minister of Karnataka in 2011 and the State Award for Excellence given by the Government of Karnataka in 2015. An eloquent speaker, he has won several debates and was adjudged the best speaker in the International Tape Speech Competition held by Toastmasters International in 2008. He holds the record of being adjudged the best impromptu speaker for 5 years in India and Sri Lanka for the years 2008, 2009, 2010, 2012, and 2015. He has been awarded the Distinguished Toastmasters, the highest award in Toastmasters International. He has also received the Rotary Award for Vocational Service and Education, the Extraordinary Pathfinder Award by Rotary International, the Positive Health Hero Award given by Dr. Batra's Clinic and Bajaj Auto, and the CGCS Foundation of Transformational Leadership Innovative Teaching Award in May 2018, and the Guru Shrestha Award in 2019. He has been a featured TEDx speaker and has hosted several training programs, given motivational speeches, and held management talks shows on radio. He is a regular speaker to the senior management and leadership of several companies like Bosch, Wipro, HP, and Intel, and is a part of the elite panel of speakers for several leadership and management forums. He is keenly involved as a facilitator of several disability organizations at Bangalore and has helped in training, mentoring, and placing several students with disability in organizations and careers of their choice. He has paved the way for accessibility in several corporate campuses and has also worked extensively with social organizations like Snehadeep, CAPS Foundation, Enable India, and Mitra Jyoti by creating a barrier-free physical, emotional, and social environment for persons with disability to thrive and express their potential. He believes in engaging, energizing, and empowering individuals who are facing any form of discrimination and helps them face the world with confidence and courage. He has also done workshops on humor, public speaking, inspiration, and inclusion in several colleges and companies. He is an avid quizzer and was the quiz master in several inter-school and intercollegiate competitions. He is passionate about research and quality in education and is a part of the internal quality assurance cell and also a key member of the research cell at Jain deemed to be University, and has completed 2 minor research projects on entrepreneurship and students' behavior. He has published several research articles and made several paper presentations on education and management in national and international seminars. He has trained, motivated, and mentored over 21,500 students and executives over a span of 22 years and received excellent ratings from his corporate and educational clients, which include Britannia, SBI, Bosch, Wipro, and Northern Trust Bank, to mention a few. He firmly believes in the motto of his life, touching lives, making a difference. It gives us an immense pleasure to welcome you, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable presence. Over to you, Rajdeep, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shifa, for that wonderful introduction. And I'm really humbled by that. I was moderating a panel discussion yesterday for the commerce students and commerce teachers. And I was just telling them the same thing, which I want to tell you. If you see a speck of dust, it's just a speck of dust. But when you see it through a magnifying glass, it appears much larger. And when you see it through a microscope, it appears immensely large. I'm just that speck of dust in this field of education, in this field of the world. It's your magnanimity. You're seeing me through a microscope, so I look so huge, but nothing of me. I'm reminded of my colleague, Rahul Dravid's statement. I studied in a college where I had the very good fortune of having Rahul Dravid as my classmate. And Rahul Dravid used to always tell me, Rajdeep, you're only as good as your last innings. And it also reminds me of another very famous athlete, Usain Bolt. When Usain Bolt won the Olympics 5 times in the 100-meter sprint, and when he had won it for the third time, one of the press reporters came up to him and said, "How do you feel being the undisputed champion of running?" He said, "Who's the undisputed champion of running?" He said, "You." He said, "How do you say that?" He said, "Just now you won the Olympic gold medal and you're the undisputed world champion of sprint." Usain Bolt said, "No." The press reporter was a little puzzled. She asked, "But why do you not say that? You just now won it." He said, "You know, when I won the 100-meter sprint and I was on the podium, and when the national anthem of Jamaica was being played for 1 minute 20 seconds, till that time, I was the world champion and the gold medal was on my neck. As soon as I've come down from the podium, I'm no longer the world champion, I'm only the defending world champion. I have to work all over again for the next 4 years to win the Olympics." So she might have said a lot of things. Please, all you students, take it with a pinch of salt. I will be nothing if I'm not able to make some sort of impact today. So don't even consider what she said, but very, very humbled. And thank you so, so very much, Shifa, for that wonderful introduction. Coming to the topic, I was talking about the emerging trends to the frontiers of business, to explore the frontiers of business in this new normal, in this digital era. So let me start off by quoting a very famous Greek philosopher. His name was Heraclitus. Some of you all might have heard about him, some of you all haven't heard of him, but he had a very famous quote which used to go, "You cannot have bath in the same river twice." And most of you all would have heard this statement. It's quite often repeated. You cannot have bath in the same river twice, because when you have bath in the river once, by the time you go back the next day, the water has already flown. But the new normal, I've changed it a little bit and I've said you cannot have bath in the same river even once. Why? You look at the water and you see some nice blue water streaming through. You put your leg into it and suddenly there's a group of fish which have passed. There's a lot of dust which has accumulated. And you had seen the water just a minute ago, but when you stepped into the water, it was totally different. So you cannot even have same bath in the same river once. And that's the rapidity with which the world is changing. That's the rapidity with which the trends in business are changing. And if we have to analyze these trends and see where we can reach, let's look at some statistics. There has been a tremendous change. And I was going through some very, very keen business articles for the seminar. And I just saw some very, very interesting statistics. Okay, there's a very famous author on change. His name is James Naisbitt. And he had done some research. And when he published this paper, it says something beautiful. It says that the way in which the world has changed in the last 20 years has been immense. A customer whose loyalty was approximately 2 years in the year 2000 has now a loyalty of only 8 months. That means in 2000, around 20 years back, some of y'all wouldn't have been born and some of y'all are there, children, but just remember, a person who used to buy a brand, let's say I bought a Colgate toothpaste, I won't change it for 2 years. I'll say, okay, let me continue it for 2 years. But now you buy a toothpaste Colgate and you're fed up of it in 8 months and you say, no, let me try Pepsodent. You buy a hair oil and you say, okay, I'm going to use Kesh Kanti for 8 months. And after that you say, oh, I'm fed up of this. Let me use Dabur Vatika. So what happens is the customer loyalty has shrunk. Second, the average time for which a person stayed in an organization has shrunk from 3 years to just 1 year, 4 months. And this is more true for technical and software professionals. That means a person who stayed in an organization for 3 years previously and then shifted, he worked in Oracle and then he said, okay, I'm going to go to SAP Labs or I'm going to go to TCS. He used to at least try the organization for 3 years. Now you're so restless that you want to leave the organization in 1 year, 4 months. In fact, I had a friend who stayed in an organization for around 8 years. It was a startup, it was a tech startup. And then when he was leaving that organization, the watchman hugged him and said, sir, you were the senior most person over here. You worked for 8 years and now you are also leaving. In 8 years, you became the senior most person in an organization, which was running for 20 years. Now, that is the situation. The amount of information which has come onto the platforms has been tremendous. In the year 2000, you had hardly around 20-25 hours of content which was uploaded on YouTube per hour. Now you'll be shocked to know, and especially in the pandemic, we have an upload of approximately 100 hours per, in fact, 100 hours per minute of content is being uploaded on YouTube. And I believe in this content is being uploaded on YouTube. And you know, if you had to see all the content on YouTube, it would take you approximately 5.5 million years. That's around 55 lakh years. That's the trend. Now look at that. These are different trends on information, on customer loyalty, and on the way in which the person stays in an organization. Let's move to another trend. The trend of scale. Look at the scale. I was talking about entrepreneurship yesterday in another seminar, and I was talking about Dhirubhai Ambani. And in that seminar, because I was doing research on it, I just wanted to know what was the wealth of the Reliance Industries when Dhirubhai Ambani died. Okay, no, not when Dhirubhai Ambani died, but what was the total wealth of the entire Reliance family in 2000? It was only 5,000 crores. And you know, today, Mukesh Ambani, if you've seen his latest wealth status, most of you all look at that, right? It's approximately 9 lakh crores. That means Mukesh Ambani has grown from 5,000 crores to 9 lakh crores in the last 20 years. Look at the scale. We had 5 crore connections of telephone in 2000. And by 2020, we have around 130 crore connections in our country. We have grown that much from 5 crore connections to 130 crores. Means each of you all have one mobile, two SIMs, 3 SIMs. I don't know how many SIMs you all have. But that's the scale to which the world has grown. So you are living in a world which is growing rapidly in terms of size. You have a world which is growing rapidly in terms of information. So there are huge changes. Let me give you another 3-4 sets of statistics before I start off what I have to say. Okay, the International Journal of Science, okay, this is published in LA, okay, in California. It did a very interesting research. It wanted to find out what is the rate at which technology has changed in our world. So they did a very interesting study. They wanted to find out the midpoint between the technological change from 0 to 2000. Okay, so from previously we used to call it BC and AD. Now we call it CE and BCE, before the Christian era and now the Christian era. So what is the midpoint between 0 and 2000? Now, Shifa, all of them are on webinar mode, or what? What is the mode over here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So
Okay.
this is Mithun here. They're all in webinar mode. Sir.
Okay, webinar mode. So they can't talk, sir. They can only chat, right? You will be able to read out for me, no? Because I can't
Yes.
see.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, if you do simple maths, right? What's the midpoint between 0 and 2000? 0 plus 2000 divided by 2, that's 1080, right? Or 1000 CE, whatever you want to call it, right? So 1000. Now the technological growth, you think between 0 and 1000 and 1000 and 2000 is there? No. This will shock you. The total technological growth, the midpoint of the technological growth from 0 to 2000, the midpoint was not 1000. It was 1900. That means all technological progress which took place between 0 to 1900, that same technological process took place in the last 100 years of this millennium. That is 1900 to 2000. Now this is even more shocking. What do you think is the midpoint between 1900 and 2000 in terms of technological evolution? This sent my head spinning. You want to type out? Type out, because I have 2 hours. I'm going to bore you. So you better type out. Means I won't bore you, but whatever. What do you think is the midpoint? Put some figures, guys, and we'll see. Mithun will read out, or Shifa will read out, or Mithun, can you see?
Requesting all the participants.
Yeah. What do
kindly
you think is the technological
make it
midpoint
interactive.
between 1900 and 2000? Or they can raise hands at least. They can raise hands, Mithun.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You raise your hand and then you can unmute them, right?
So we
Right,
have
sir.
to
Yes,
answer. It is one person has to say it's 1990.
Almost there. Almost there. Who's that participant? Excellent. What's your name? Who was that participant?
Vilas.
Huh?
Vilas.
Vilas. Okay. Very close, Vilas. If anybody else gives me the answer, I'm going to give you prizes. Okay. CMS has decided to give you all prizes for the answers. I hope they've told you.
So
Have they
Damika
told you?
says 2000.
Huh?
Damika says 2000.
Oh, 2000 itself. From 0 to 2000, the midpoint is 2000. No. But first of all, let me tell you the prizes. Then you'll start answering. Whoever answers correct is going to get a iPhone 12 mini. What, Rohit? Poster. Okay, I didn't complete. So you'll want a poster? No, nobody's going to answer now. Okay. Tell me, it's 1992. So can you believe it? The technological progress between 1900 to 2000. That means all the progress which took place for the last 92 years in the last century, took place in the last 8 years. And 2000 to 2020, it's even worse. It's 2017. That means all your Wi-Fi, Li-Fi, whichever has come about, right? All your mini screens now foldable. I'll talk about that a little later when I'm coming to the technology part of the discussion. But just remember this. This is the huge amount of change which has taken place. I'm going to quote 2 more research studies and then I'll start up straight away. One is from the International Journal of Psychiatry and Psychology. Now, they did a survey on 2 counts. What is the attention span of an individual? And they took 3 data points. Okay. These are all surveys which are certified journals. Okay. Absolutely certified, peer reviewed, authentic data. So I'm going to give you some very, very interesting data points. 3 data points, 1980, 2000 and 2020. What is the attention span of an individual? Okay. 1980. Attention span of an individual was approximately 45 minutes. No wonder, when all universities started off, they always had classes for 45 minutes so that you can sit for at least 45 minutes, 50 minutes and listen to class. No, there was no mobile phone, only landline, no distractions, no all your Twitter and WhatsApp and Facebook and whatever other things are there. So you could easily concentrate for 45 minutes. By the year 2000, the computer revolution had started, but there were no smartphones. The attention span had shrunk to 22 minutes. No wonder you see, all serials which came in the 2000, the television boom, all your serials are around 20, 25 minutes because your attention span was that much. So 22 minutes was your attention span. Still, mobiles had just come in. You had all those button phones, those old phones. I don't know what you call them now. Okay, feature phones. I'm so sorry. Now you have smartphones, nothing. No WhatsApp, no Twitter, no Instagram. Okay, 2020. Guess your attention span. 6 minutes. That means every 6 minutes you're so fidgety, you'll start looking at your mobile screen, you'll see whether a message has come, you'll start swiping on your phone, you'll start looking here and there. In the night, you'll get up to go to the toilet also, you'll check up your mobile phone, which message has come, what WhatsApp has come. If there's no message come, you'll check up whether your Wi-Fi is on. My God, 6 minutes. Now you can imagine the plight of teachers like me. Students, I have to keep you engaged in such a way that every 6 minutes I have to crack a joke, I have to tell you an anecdote so that your attention doesn't waver. And even while I'm talking, I might have been talking for the last 6 or 7 minutes. Half of you all might have checked your mobile at least 2 times. Okay, so remember this. Now, another piece of data which was very interesting was What about the generation gap in terms of technology, in the terms of thinking? Again, the same journal, International Journal of Psychiatry and Psychology. 3 data points, 1980, 2000 and 2020. Okay, now in 1980, the generation gap was 25 years. That's a normal, this was always there, That means if one person is 25 years older than the other, you will tell that he's from a different generation, I'm from a different generation. He thinks so old-fashioned, I think so new-fashioned. Okay, very good. He doesn't know technology, I know technology. Absolutely great. Come to 2000. The generation gap had shrunk to around 14 years. That means if you are 14 years apart, I'm 20, you're 34. I'm telling you're from a different generation, I'm from a different generation in terms of technology, in terms of thinking, in terms of understanding, in terms of superstition. By the year 2020, your generation gap had shrunk to 6 years, same as the attention span. 6 minutes here, 6 years there. That means if you have a brother or sister who's 6 years older than you, you will think she's from a different generation, I'm from a different generation. Oh my God, my sister, how old-fashioned she is. And I can relate to this, I was teaching the students the other day on the online mode, and our classes started around 8. First they should start at 8, now they start at 8:30 in the Commerce campus. And I was telling them the other day, 8 o'clock, I was asking them questions. I was teaching income tax and I was telling them this, that, and all that. And one boy, I'd asked him a question. You know how he answered the question? Oh, sir, the answer for this is. And I said, what, you're sleeping? He said, yes, sir. And to encourage him, I said, do you know, his name was Samir. I said, do you know, Samir, early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. We used to believe that, no, our generation, at least my generation, I won't tell you my age, but whatever. So early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. And I told him, you know what he said? So that is all old-fashioned, sir. You know what's the new statement? Early to bed and early to rise makes your girlfriend go out with other guys. My God. Look at the change. So look at the generation gap. And I'm truly puzzled by the way your younger generation thinks, but it's good. Okay, it doesn't matter. Nothing to take anything away from you all. But just remember, this is 6 years. So the generation gap has shrunk to 6 years. Keep that in mind. Okay. Now let's come to the point. Now you have got the rapidity with which trends have started changing, the rates at which scenarios have changed, the rates at which business has moving. Now, what do we do? What are these defining trends which we need to know to explore the business scenarios? I'm going to discuss around 3 or 4 items. At least I don't know how much, whatever time I have left, and we'll see whatever I can do with that time left. The first trend which I'm going to talk to you about is the trend of complexity. And you all might have heard this earlier. There was a term which was coined by the American Army, which is called the VUCA environment. Now, anybody wants to try and type out what is VUCA? Come on, guys, type out. Otherwise, I won't know you all are. Or raise your hands. They'll unmute you and you answer. It'll be better that way if you want. If you want to become popular, you raise your hands. They'll unmute you and. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. Okay. I saw silence and all. In these horror movies they have, that stunned silence, Ek thi dayan, whatever. Okay. So I'm getting scared with this. I think nobody wants to answer. All of them are sleeping 5:30.
So I think Surabhi is given an answer saying leadership skills and strategies.
What does VUCA stand for? VUCA. V stands for volatility. U stands for uncertainty. C stands for complexity, and A stands for ambiguity. So, we are living in a VUCA environment. The Americans, when they went to Iran, when Iran and Iraq war was there, Saddam Hussein, when he had invaded Kuwait, at that time they said there was so much uncertainty. It was volatile, it was uncertain, it was complex, it was ambiguous. And this term has become a part of our daily scenario now, because as you know, once the coronavirus has come, your volatile stock markets became volatile, your entire world became little pensive, there is uncertainty, you don't know what's going to happen in the future. And the most important thing is the complexity. You don't understand what is happening. And it's so unclear. Ambiguous means you're totally unclear. So there is an entire VUCA environment: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And the complexity has taken so many different shapes. I'll give you a, there was this company called Crompton Greaves. Crompton Greaves, they manufacture bulbs and all that. And they said, see, in our work environment itself, it's so boring, all the factory lighting is white lighting, white bulbs. Let's change the work lighting a little bit. So what they did is they changed the work lighting. They converted the work lighting, the factory settings, into red and green lights. And they said, we'll have green lights, red lights, so that it makes it a little more interesting for the people who are working in an office to work there. And you know what happened? The productivity of the men increased and the productivity of the women came down. Very scary. And they said, why? When they asked the men, they said, oh, sir, it's great. We have a different change of, it looks different. The entire ambience looks different. When they asked the woman, they said, no, sir. When we look in the mirror, we look like witches. We look so ugly with this green and red light. So we don't feel good. So they had to go back. Complexity, you don't know, the same red and green light had two different implications on two different people. I had a friend who was appointed as a manager of a tea plantation in Coorg. Okay. And as it was a tea plantation in Coorg, he had this habit of getting up early in the morning. So he used to get up at around 5 o'clock in the morning, and he used to look out of the window, and he used to see these lanterns, going up and going down, people holding lanterns going, the hills, tea Coorg, the hilly area. Some of you might be there from Coorg. And so what happened is he used to see a huge amount of lanterns coming down from the left-hand side and from the right-hand side. And he used to wonder, who are these people at 5 o'clock? They're coming down from the hills. So, he contacted some of the workers and he asked them, what is this in the morning? I see 5 o'clock. They said, no, sir, to perform our morning ablutions, we have to go down. I hope all of you will understand the meaning of ablutions. Going to toilet early in the morning. That's what is ablutions. Okay. So we go from the left side and the right side, and that's why we go there. He said, oh my God, why do you all go down? No, sir, if we do toilet on top, then you'll get flavored tea. I'm sorry, whatever it is. Okay. So we go down because there are no toilets on top. So this fellow got a little puzzled. He said, no toilets on top. This is inhuman, unjustified. So he went and approached the tea estate owner and he said, you have to construct toilets. There's a welfare measure which you have to do. So they constructed new spanking toilets. Fantastic. They had a huge toilet complex constructed. They called the local MLA over there as the chief guest and they inaugurated the toilet. And you know what happened? They used the toilet for 2 months. Everybody was happy, good, great. After 3 months, he saw the same lanterns going down from the left side and the right side. So in these Coorg, in these tea estates, you have something called as these link workers. So he asked these link workers, and link workers are the gap, those people who actually fit the gap between the management and the workers. So he asked these link workers, what is this? Again, they're going down. So he said, sir, we work so hard, sir, from morning to evening. Why are you doing this to us, sir? What am I doing? He said, no, sir, we work hard, sir. We don't get time to interact and talk with each other. At least when we are in the bushes, we can talk to each other. We know that Kempaya's daughter ran away with Manchaya's son. But here on top, everything is closed, sir. We can't talk to each other. And you know what? They had to dismantle that entire toilet complex. Complexity. You don't understand the customers, you don't understand the workers. It's so complex. You don't understand what is happening. So that is nothing but your complexity. I'll tell you another interesting thing. These students, you'll like this. I don't know if you like it, but I'll tell it to you. And don't hold this against me. This is not my survey. This was a survey conducted by ORG Marg. ORG Marg is a very famous marketing group. It's operations research group and marketing and analysis research group. Okay. And they did this survey to find out the preferences of women while buying footwear. Okay, now who's there? Mithun's there, Shifa's there. Who's going to help me out with this?
So Misbah here as well. All of us can help you.
Okay, Nisba. Okay, Nisba, or no, I'll ask Mithun to do something. Okay, now, because I want at least 8 or 9 of your girls, boys don't answer, please, as what are the characteristics they look while buying footwear? What is the most important characteristic you look for while buying a footwear? Mithun, what you have to do is, Mithun, you're there with me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mithun, as they are telling the things, you write it down in a piece of paper. Keep one paper in front of you or do something, get a pad, tear out something and do it. Understand?
Right.
You have some paper with you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Pakka?
Yes, sir.
Your voice
100%.
Acha, okay. We'll start with Nisma. Nisma, what do you look at while buying footwear?
The comfort level, sir.
Okay, comfort level. So write down one comfort level. I'm going to take this answers only from 8 or 9 and then I'll tell you what that research actually told. I'll tell you why and I'll tell you what is complexity all about. Okay, comfort level. Write it down. Comfort level. Okay. Anybody else who can unmute them? Who was Shifa? What do you look at?
Looks,
Sir,
looks and trendy.
Looks and trendy.
Looks. Yeah.
Okay, Shifa is telling looks and trendy. Write it down, Mithun. You wrote it down, Mithun?
done, sir.
Done. Anybody else who's
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
any other girl who's unmuted who wants to answer, or we'll take it from the chat box?
So some of them are
We
saying
have it in the chat box,
price.
sir.
Huh? What?
Someone who's saying price,
Price.
quality.
So just write price, write affordable. We'll put it in a more nice way.
Okay.
Write affordable. Put Mithun, write affordable. Who's that
Quality.
girl? Please tell their names. Tell their names also. They should get some recognition for answering, right? Who's that
Yes,
price?
sir.
Miss Ranjani is saying quality.
Quality. Okay. I would like to know. Okay. Quality. What sort of quality in the sense? Just expand it a little bit. Okay, we'll write quality a little later because I want her to expand everything. All these are quality points only, but what sort of quality are you looking at? Okay, so you've written 3 at least, right? Let's go on. See anything else?
Divya Soni is saying design, sir.
Design. Okay, right. Design. Next.
Chitra Ravi Shekhar says good feel.
Good feel. Right. Good feel. Mithun, you're writing?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Good
sir.
feel. Okay. Anybody else? Come on, girls. There are at least 100, 200 participants, so at least 5, at least assuming around 50, 60 of you all. Some of you all try. I'm going to take only 6 or 7. You won't get a chance later on. I talk too much. Huh?
Riddhi says heels.
Okay, height.
Riddhi.
Okay, height. That
Height.
means she wants. Okay, put height. Put height. Okay. Good enough. How many have we finished, Mithun?
6, sir.
Only 6. Okay, we'll take 2 more. 2 or 3 more maximum. I'm not going to go more than this. Okay. Just 2 more and we'll wind up. So you all have the last chance, girls.
Dr. Yashaswini
Sir,
says branded shoes.
I'm looking at, have you entered brand before?
No, sir.
No.
Design. Okay. Okay, put branded. Okay. Next one. Last 1 or 2. I'm not going to take more than 2. So fast.
Sir, color.
Who says color? Okay, write color. And final one, last one. I'm not going more than 9. Let's cap it at 9. Okay. Anything else which you all can see on the screen going on?
Ad quality, sir. Maybe advertisement quality is what they mean.
Ad quality. I didn't understand. So let's leave it for that. One more last one and then we'll wind it up.
Dr. Jyoti says
Right.
sale.
Huh?
Dr.
Dr.
Jyoti says sale.
Sale. Okay. Discounted. That's affordability. Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody? All these doctoral people are attending. I thought all children are attending. Okay. I should be a little careful. Huh? While talking to you. Okay. Anybody
So
last?
Dr. Ruchika says celebrity endorsement.
Okay. Okay. That means if it's industry. Okay. I'll keep it as 8. I'm looking at features. Okay. So now we'll go through this. Okay. How many points have you written? 8, right?
8, sir.
Okay. Now be ready for the most. This is especially for you boys. So boys, all of y'all pay a lot of attention when Mithun. I'm going to make you read out these points again. Okay.
Right, sir.
So when ORG marked did this survey and they found out what qualities girls look when they buy footwear, they found something very interesting. They said that whatever girls or women look when they buy footwear, they also look for the same qualities while choosing a life partner. Now, to just go through them, Mithun, one by one, we'll see if it matches.
Sir, comfort level.
Okay, Shifa, means whatever Nisba wants to feel very comfortable with her, whatever. Next.
Looks and trendiness.
Shifa wants looks and trendy. Guys, all this is for y'all, huh? So y'all have to actually gear up for the girls like this. Okay. Third.
Affordable.
Affordable. No dowry, only Gauri. Okay. Affordable. You don't have to.
Design.
Design. You should wear all designer labels and all. Guys, start buying Gucci's and all that. Okay.
Good feel.
Good feel. Oh, I'm not going to comment on this at all. Okay. Next.
Height.
Height. Good. Girls, good choice. Okay. Next.
The brand.
Brand. Oh, branded stuff. It's coming again and again. Mithun, which pants are you wearing? Design. Okay. Next.
Colors.
Color. I'm not going to comment. So just
last point. Color.
Let's leave. So see, look at the complexity in your life, guys. So this is the complexity, isn't it? So you don't know what you're choosing. The parameters have become same. That is the extent to which the trends are changing. And let me tell you one thing. Since it's a workshop, I want to help the complexity. And let me tell you, those companies who are able to tackle complexity are the ones which become great. I'll repeat it again. Those companies, and in fact, let me put it to individuals who are able to tackle complexity, who are able to face uncertainty, are the ones which become great. This book might be a little ahead of your time, means a little old book. It's called From Good to Great. It was written by 2 Americans, Jack Collins and Jeremy Porias. Good to Great talks about, have you heard of Fortune 500 companies? These are these companies which are actually the companies which feature on the top 500, in terms of turnover and terms of profitability. When they wrote this book From Good to Great, and then they continued it and they had another sequence called Built to Last, they said that most of the top 500 companies, out of them, at least 65%, that means at least around 300 to 350 companies, were born in very, very complex situations and they still reach the highest. All of you all have heard of Disney? Walt Disney, Disney Incorporated. You'll see Disney cartoons, right? Disney later on, I think so, a year back before they took over ESPN, right? So Disney, when Walt Disney founded Disney Incorporated, it was around 1929, in the midst of the Great Depression. And everybody said, you're a stupid idiot. People don't have enough food to eat and you're going to start a cartoon animation company. He said, I want to make people feel happy. And I want to make them see these animation. And then the first movie was launched, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and the rest is history. 3 Little Pigs, I'm so sorry. Okay. And the rest is history. But it was born in one of the most difficult situations. All of you all have heard of IBM? IBM was not called IBM earlier. It was called ICBM. International Business Machine was called International Calculator and Business Machine. Okay, ICBM. When it was launched by John Watson somewhere in 1889, it was one of the worst retail shocks in the US economy. And IBM, ICBM in that time used to sell these cash registers to retail shops, where you do the calculations, you tuck, 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 put it in. It used to be like calculators. In 1889, calculators had just come in, okay? Calculators and these machines which do the tabulation and all that. And no retail shop was doing well. And everybody said, you're crazy, you're launching a calculating and business machine when people in the retail shops are not going. He said, no, I believe in my product. And he launched that. IBM is a Fortune 500 company. Let's not go far. I won't talk about a Fortune 500 company, but I'll talk about an Indian company. Did you know that one of the greatest startup stories in our country is a company which was sold for $16 billion 2 years back? Flipkart. It was sold to Walmart. And do you know who started it? Sachin Bansal and Binny Bansal. Okay. Now, when they started in 2007, 2008, again, children, you all will be a little, I'm speaking a little ahead of your time, but just understand in 2007, 2008, the world went through a very, very difficult period. It was called the subprime crisis. Okay. And the economy of the world was shrinking. It was terrible. Just like the coronavirus, the Americans were taking loans, they were not repaying back, and the whole world was under a financial shock. And everybody told Sachin and Binny Bansal, why are you starting a company at this time? And Sachin Bansal, even if you see his interviews now on YouTube, he always tells this, he tells them when people didn't have money to buy offline, I was offering them something which they can buy online at a much affordable rate. And another very, very famous statement of Sachin Bansal is, why waste a good depression? Why waste a good depression? Remember, complexity is the arena where champions grow. And since it's a workshop, I want to tell all you children, please never get scared of uncertainty, complexity. And I'll be glad, I know you won't like me for this, if you get a difficult boss in the beginning of your career, because you will learn so much under a difficult boss than you will learn under an actual good boss. Every situation in life which challenges you makes you grow a little more. Every challenge makes you grow a little more. When I lost my eyesight in my 8th standard, how much I'd cried. I was a school cricket champion. I was a fast bowler. I was an amazing student. I used to always get first rank. It's not that I didn't continue my first rank, and I was a very voracious reader. And suddenly in 8th standard, when I got my disease, this RP, retinitis pigmentosa, when the rods and cones of my eyes suddenly disintegrated and I went blind, I was so haggard, and I used to ask God, why did this happen to me? When you go through a difficult situation, you usually ask why, right? Don't ask that question ever in life, because you'll never get answers for why in life. One more thing, remember this, in tackling complexity, you never get answers for why in life. Why should the greatest apostle of non-violence, Mahatma Gandhi, die such a violent death? Why should the greatest propagator of love, Jesus Christ, get crucified? Every time you're in a difficult situation, when you're facing complexity, ask yourself how and what. How should I come out of this? What should I do? And I was very upset, and I was crying one day in my room, and I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder, and I turned back. And it was my father. And my father told me something which changed my life. He told me, Beta, don't keep your dreams in your eyes. They will wash away as tears. Keep them in your heart so that each heartbeat reminds you to achieve those dreams. Don't keep your dreams in your eyes. They'll wash away as tears. Keep them in your heart so that each heartbeat reminds you to achieve those dreams. So you will face complex situations. You will face difficulties. That's the nature of life. And life will never give you anything which is not needed for your evolution. Remember that. Have faith in that. Life will never give you a challenge or a situation which will not help you grow. Isn't it? Imagine you go to a gym and you exercise with a pen. You take a pen and do exercise every day. Will your muscles grow? No. But if you take a dumbbell, it will grow. And if you see some of the greatest companies, and this is not for me, this is not for individuals, it's also for companies. If you see some of the greatest companies which have survived, whether it's Microsoft going through the antitrust laws, whether it's Infosys going through that entire scam with Panish Murthy, and so many other things. All of them have grown up stronger when they've faced a crisis. So just keep that faith going. So the first important thing which I want to tell you is complexity. Learn to live with complexity. Learn to live with that uncertainty. That's the trend, or that's the trend. Okay, keep that in mind. Let's go to the second one. And I think so you'll have been talking about this. It's called continuous innovation. Okay. Now you need continuous innovation. Can anybody tell me what is innovation? This webinar mode is a little scary, man. My God.
So Ruchika says, searching for new ideas.
Where are you, Shifa? Your voice is vibrating. It means it's echoing.
So
You're in the
Misbah
toilet.
here.
Oh, Nisba, you're not in the toilet or something, no? Your
No,
voice,
sir.
your voice is echoing like as if you're in the toilet or something like that. It gives me.
No, no, sir.
You're scaring me like this, yeah? Please,
Not at all, sir.
please come closer. Come closer to your mic and speak. My God, this is
Am
the
I
voice.
clear and audible now, sir?
Now you're better. You come out. Okay. Okay, just joking. Don't take it seriously.
No, no,
Okay?
not at all, sir.
You have that's the whole thing. In my class also, it's all this only, all having fun. Okay, while learning. So tell me, what is...
Surabhi says to improve or to, replace something.
Okay, very good. Anybody else?
Mamta says when we have new ideas and we are ready to implement them.
Yeah, new ideas and implement them. Okay, very good. I like that, Mamta. You'll be shifted one poster immediately. iPhone 12 mini. Okay, whatever. Next.
Shafiq says to improve what already exists.
Improve what already exists. Good. In that way also I'm thinking. Yeah. And
Jahangir says it's all about creativity.
Creativity. Well, good. I'm going to talk a little bit about creativity. And
Muhammad Ali says development.
Good. I'm happy. A lot of y'all are answering. Good. That means y'all are listening. Y'all haven't slept. Okay. Good. Okay.
Dawood says it's novelty, sir.
Novelty. Okay. 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 Now listen carefully. Okay. Now, somebody said that, Mamta, I think so. You said it very nicely. It's not making something new, but also commercially implementing it and making profit out of it. That's why you might have learned in your entrepreneurship classes that invention is coming out with a new idea. But when it becomes commercially viable, it becomes an innovation. What it becomes an innovation. And we are living in a disruptive world where every customer seeks some sort of innovation. You want something new. You want something, because as I told you, the human mind has become so restless that your mind span is shrunk to, attention span is shrunk to 6 minutes. You don't want to use the same product. And unless companies innovate, come out with new ideas, you won't learn. Now, let's say Mithun completes his, any other guy who's there in the 12 list? Mithun, I'm taking your example again and again. It's okay, right? There's Shreyas also, somebody told me. Shreyas, Chirag. Where are they?
Shreyas and Chirag, they're here, sir.
They can, I can't hear them. Can they speak or no? They can't speak, right? Mithun, you are the one who can speak, right? Okay, let's say Mithun. Mithun, you finish your BBA.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Who's speaking? Okay. Okay, now Mithun is the bakra for the day, okay? Okay, now Mithun finishes his BBA, okay? And you start one vegetable shop, potatoes, Mithun potatoes, okay? Let's say, just taking an example, okay? Don't feel bad and all, okay? Nowadays, agri is the whole big word and all. You can join that farmer stir and all, okay? So, let's say Mithun starts a potato shop. Now, everybody is selling potatoes in the market. Even he's selling potatoes in the market.
No.
Nothing new.
Yes.
Nothing new. Now, let's say Mithun innovates. He says that everybody is selling potatoes at 40 rupees per kg. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wash it. Remember those new vegetable washes have come after that Corona? There's ITC one, I forget the name of that, knee wash and all that, correct or no? So he says, he puts up a board outside his shop and he says, clean, hygienic, virus-free potatoes sold and he washes them in front of the clients and sells them, and sells the same potatoes which are selling at 40 rupees for 43 rupees per kg or 44 rupees per kg. Everybody comes to Mithun. My God, this fellow is so hygienic. What he's so hygienic. A simple idea made him increase his potato price by 10%. But as you know, innovation doesn't last. So all his competitors, Nisba, Shifa, whoever is there, all of them also start washing their potatoes. So after around 2 weeks, everybody is selling hygienic washed potatoes. So what does Mithun do? He goes a step further. Innovative guy. Huh? So Mithun says, now people, every time when they come, I have to weigh the potatoes and sell it to them. So I'm going to do something different. I'm going to pack up these potatoes in 1 kg pack, 2 kg pack, 3 kg pack, 5 kg pack, half kg pack, so that I don't have to wait proper biodegradable plastic, and I'm going to charge 46 rupees per kg. And everybody doesn't want to stand in front of that vegetable vendor and get their potatoes weighed. So everybody comes, they pay him, they take the weighed potatoes. Again, Mithun has used his innovation to think differently to sell his potatoes. But after 2 weeks, Nisba, Shifa, everybody started also weighing their potatoes and started putting them in 1 kg, 2 kg pack. Now Mithun thinks, what else can I do? So he comes out with a new idea. He starts classifying the potatoes. High fat potatoes for French fries, 1 packet. Low fat potatoes for potato curry, 1 pack. Normal fat potatoes for other dishes. And he grades the potatoes according to the dishes for which they are used. So let's say somebody wants to make French fries. They will definitely buy the high fat potatoes because you need more saturated fat, right, for French fries. So he starts grading them according to the dish for which you are using it, and he's charging 48 rupees, but people are willing to buy it because now they know for which dish they want, they can use which potato. After 1 week or 2 weeks, what does Shifa and Nisba do? They copy the same thing. Now what Mithun does is he does something even better. He says, now I'll cut the potatoes in different shapes and sizes. French fry cut potatoes cut for palya, potatoes cut for potato curry, and he cuts them, sanitizes them, he keeps one small refrigerator there, and he starts selling those cut potatoes, and he's charging 48, 49 rupees per kg. Look at the innovation. After 2 weeks, what will happen? What will happen, Mithun? Who will copy you?
Same competitors, sir.
Same, yeah.
Shifa and Nisba.
And Shifa and Shifa, you're saying you feel they're competitors for you. Good. Okay. They're the potato walis, you're the potato wala. Okay. So they copy the same thing. Okay. Now what Mithun will do? He'll come back to his original. Now Corona has gone, 1 year has passed. He keeps them back in the original dirty state and he says these are organically grown potatoes. See, look at the cycle. But every time you are thinking differently, right? That thinking differently is called as, what is it called as? Innovation. Yes or no? So innovation is thinking completely different, giving a new spin to something, making it commercially viable. When you make it commercially viable and try and send it or try and put it in a different way, that is innovation. And you're not only putting it in a different way. See, Mithun is such a clever potato fellow. Understand? And he's made it into so many different, what do you want to call your brand, Mithun? Empty potatoes or what? MIT potatoes. Okay, whatever. Okay. So that is nothing but your innovation. And I'm telling you, innovation is absolutely necessary. Because unless there is innovation, you're never going to be successful in your organization. Let me give you an example. have you heard of something called as a rat trap? All of you have heard of a rat trap? Okay. Now let me tell you something very, very interesting about a rat trap. Okay. In the early 60s and 70s, this is long time back. Okay. You know how the rat traps used to be? I didn't see it. This was my grandmother and all that used to use those rat traps. They used to have this rat trap, which used to have this cutter, like a knife. So there used to be a small spring where they used to attach a coconut or something. As soon as the rat pulls on that coconut or the cheese, whatever you put, the cutter will come and cut the rat. Oh, all blood around in the morning and all. Oh, horrible. And you used to clean off that place. That bad karma used to come to you. Okay. Then in the 1980s, there was a new rat trap. This you all might have seen. This is a rat trap which is like a small, like a small box. Have you all seen that? You go inside, you put that cheese or that, what do you say, that coconut inside, that rat pulls it and the door snaps shut, it snaps shut. Have you all seen? Some of you all have seen that, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
It snaps shut, only the tail of the rat gets cut. And then the next day morning, what you'll do? You'll tell your servant, put that rat in a bucket of water. So till the bubbles stop coming, the rat is inside that water and the bad karma will go to your servant. Understand? Sad. Then came the third type of rat trap in the 90s and the 2000s, which is that gummy rat trap. Have you seen the gum pad? Have you seen it? There used to be a gum pad where these rats will come, they'll stamp on that gum pad, and what will happen? The rat will get stuck on that. Now you will tell the servant in the morning, go somewhere outside and just let the rat go, put it in the drain or whatever. So neither you will get the bad karma nor the servant will get the bad karma. Last rat trap. Now a rat trap is no longer a rat trap. It's a small dehydrating pill. Have you seen these Mortein rat kill? The Mortein rat kill, they have the small pills. What will happen? This rat will eat that pill. It will get dehydrated, run out from wherever it is and go and die in your neighbor's house. So neighbor will get bad karma. Now a rat trap is no longer a rat trap. It's a small pill. That is innovation. See how a rat trap has evolved over a period of time. Staying with rats, I'm reminded of one more incident, which is very interesting about innovation. There's this very famous city in America. It's called Milwaukee. Okay. I've never been to America. Okay. So I'm just telling you, this is what I read. Okay. You'll be wondering, how does this sir read all this rubbish? He can't see and then too he's reading. There is something called as screen reading software. Technology is to my rescue, which reads out everything on my screen. It's called JAWS. Okay. My computer, it's an internet. I don't use the mouse. I use shortcut keys, Control O, Control L, Control X. And even in my phone, if you have any iPhone or an Android phone, you'll see if you go to general settings, there is something called as accessibility, and you can enable talk features, voiceover, talk back, Siri. At least you'll be familiar with Siri, voiceover, but the gestures are different. Okay. So for my entire reading and all, I have to use all these computer and technology. Okay. So there was this very interesting thing. There was this company called RUT. Okay. This company called RUT in the US. I'm just talking about different innovation. Leave alone the inventions, but look at the different innovations which have come through. Okay. And there was this company called RUT, and this company called RUT, they decided that they had to promote it was an insecticide company, the company which makes these pesticides and cockroach spray, basically a cockroach, like Baygon and all what you get here, right? Baygon and All Out or whatever, Mortein. So they had this cockroach spray and they wanted to promote this in Milwaukee in the US. So they came out with a very innovative idea. They put an advertisement in all leading newspapers across Milwaukee stating that we have barcoded 5 healthy cockroaches and let them in the drains of Milwaukee. Americans are always healthy. The cockroaches are also very healthy. Okay. So we have 5 healthy American cockroaches, which we have let to the drains. If you catch any of these barcoded cockroaches, you will get a cash prize of $10,000. $10,000 is 75 into 10,000, 7,50,000 rupees. Okay, now you have to understand one more thing. The condition was that the cockroach should not be crushed. It should be bought in its full state, either alive or dead. Or it should be bought either alive or dead. That means you can't kill it with a chappal. You have to use the cockroach spray. What you have to use the cockroach. So if you bring the bottle of rat spray and bring the cockroach, you will get $10,000. It was called the Milwaukee Cockroach Rush, just like the gold rush, no? People started taking that cockroach spray in their pocket and going around on buses, on trams, trying to kill whichever cockroach and trying to see whether turn it around and see whether there's a barcode. Women used to send their husbands early to work, get out, I want to catch one cockroach. You'll be surprised. In 3 months, the sales of rat cockroach spray went up 4,000%, 40 times. At the end, 3 cockroaches got caught. That means $30,000 went. But the sales were nearly 40 times, which more than compensated for the. So even in cockroaches, you can get innovative. You have seen so many inventions. I keep seeing these inventions, which I feel quite amazed upon. When we went into the virus thing, you have corona-free fabric. They put silver in. You have this. I had gone to Hyderabad and they've created this bio bubble over there. I went into a spiritual retreat and over there was this bio bubble in which they sanitize the entire place with this neon lighting. And whatever handkerchiefs, everything you put goes through a box. There's this Godrej UV box. You put it inside and everything gets sanitized. What all are you coming out with? What innovations? You have rural innovations of people actually coming out with floating soaps. You know, these farmers used to actually give bath to these buffaloes. And when they give bath to these buffaloes or cows, the soap slips from your hand, it goes inside. You have to dive inside and take it out. Now you have low pH soaps which actually float, so you don't have to jump into the water. All of y'all can do a little bit of research on Mitti-cooled refrigerators. Refrigerators costing just 3,000, 4,000 rupees, using these earthen pots. You have bicycling washing machines. This will surprise you. This was invented by a servant who was working in Mumbai. A Bihari servant. He used to see these tenants of his who used to study in an MBA college. He used to see them always come, you use the treadmill and all that, and then throw all the dirty clothes in the washing machine. And when he went back to his village, he said, why not I combine a cycle with a washing machine? So instead of using electricity, this person is doing the treadmill and automatically mechanical energy is converted to electric energy, and everything is innovation. Think differently, think creatively, absolutely necessary. And that brings me to the second point. Lot of innovation is there around you. Can you channelize your mind to think creatively? Now you'll ask me, sir, how do I think creatively? Very important question. Now listen here. What happens is, usually students, we generally exercise a lot of our left brain. Our left brain is our logical, analytical brain, which writes, which scribbles, etc. We don't exercise the right side of our brain, which is the more creative, so what I encourage you to do is start thinking of different solutions for situations. Like, for example, just pose a channel, set aside, you have to get your creativity muscles working, because the world will belong to people who are creative, who come out with innovative ideas, who come out with solutions, who come out with different ways of thinking. So every day, just like you go to a gym and exercise your muscles and they become stronger and stronger, you have to exercise your creativity muscles. Now, how do you do this right brain thinking? Right brain thinking usually involves small exercise. Might be when you're brushing your teeth. Just ask yourself, if there were 10 different ways I can use this toothbrush other than brushing, what would be there? You'll be stunned by the answers you get. Might be the first 2 days your brains are not working at all from the right side. You haven't exercised your right brain, so they won't work. But ask yourself these questions. Might be I can use it to clean my floor. Might be I can use it, I can cut it and use it as something else. Think of different ways. Assign yourself challenging situations where you can creatively think. So suppose your teacher has given you an assignment, write down this. Just don't copy and paste. Ask yourself this question: what is that picture which I can add to this which will make it more interesting? What is the chart which I can put into this chapter which will make it more interesting? Start spending at least 15-20 minutes every day to exercise your creative muscles. Start spending at least 15 minutes. 15 minutes, sit quietly and think, okay, can I exercise my creative muscle? Now, if this car, now, you know, there was this very famous creativity consultant. His name is Edward de Bono. I think so. You will study it in your, I don't know if you study it in your OB, organization behavior, or where you'll study it. He gave this concept of 6 thinking hats. Okay. And this, there is this hat of creativity. Okay. So just think of ideas. Look, or for example, you'd say, if I combine 2 items, just give yourself a random thought. Let's say I combine a camera and cheese. What is it? Or take 2 vowels from the dictionary. Take 2, just random. Let's say a fan and a watch. If I were to integrate a fan and a watch, what could I get? You know, there's drones, you know, with multiple eyes. That was because this man, he thought of a camera and cheese. Why should a camera have only 1 lens? Why doesn't it have multiple lenses? So if you see in Singapore and all that, no, they put it on the walls for fully surveillance. You have multiple cameras on the same wall. So take 2 random. Ask yourself, what can I do with a simple product? How will I innovate my fan? How will I use my brush differently? Take 2 words from the dictionary and do it. If I had a hole of water and I had to remove that hole of water without using my hands, how would I do it? Just give yourself some sort of creative assignment every day for 10 minutes. After a month, you'll see that your right side of your brain starts functioning dramatically well, and you'll come out with huge innovative ideas. You'll be surprised, you'll be stunned by the way in which your brain starts working. Go on to your Google today and type right brain exercises. You know, we used to, when we were small, we used to have this, I don't know, many of you all wouldn't have seen this. You know, there are something called as the spirographs. You know, there will be a huge, you know, there'll be a circular thing, and there'll be one circle with lot of small holes in it. You put your pencil inside and make different diagrams out of it. Inside, I don't know if you'll have seen that. I don't know what's it called. You know, you get it on the road. You used to get it on the road. Just draw some exercises like that. That is also creative. Make different designs. You know, you don't have to be a good artist. You just have to keep rotating that. You have to put your pen or pencil inside the hole of that circular thing which has so many holes, and just keep drawing. You'll have 5 or 6 different circles, and you keep drawing, and you'll find that there's something so beautiful which comes out. So just remember this. This is called the second innovation. What is it? It's called continuous innovation. So the first one was complexity. The second one was continuous innovation. All of you are bored? You all want a break? You all want to yawn? No?
Sir, actually the participants are active in the chat box, sir.
Is it? You are active in the chat box, huh?
They're active, they are posting up the questions, they are interacting as well.
Oh, very good. You should tell me some questions which they're posing, right? So then I can answer them also, so that it doesn't become only one way. Because I'm thinking
Right.
I'm speaking. I thought all of them have gone for a susu break or something like that. Nobody's talking, correct? Okay.
Right now, can we take the questions, sir?
Take one question. Take any question in the middle also. For me, it's better. At least I'll stop talking. It's becoming like I'm bored of listening to my voice now. Yeah. Tell me.
Sir, Mohammed Shafiq wants to know, sir, if you have one sentence advice for a student, what it would be?
When you're sitting in class, shut up. Okay. I'm sorry. No. If I have one advice for a student, be a perpetual learner. Never think that you've arrived. Be a perpetual learner. If I were to put it in one sentence, always. I don't know, I'm not going to tell you my age, but at this age, I continuously learn. I try and find out. Keep that curiosity going. Always keep that curiosity going. Never ever let your curiosity die. The moment you feel bored, your curiosity dies, you're finished. So, as a student, be a perpetual learner. Always learn something. I used to attend every single class in my college, and I never used to miss. Even if the teacher is supposed to teach something like banking theory and practice, which is supposed to be boring, I never used to miss it because for me, there will be something which I learn. Might be some teachers so boring, I learn how not to conduct a class. But I never ever missed a class because I always used to say, what can I learn? And in now, I'm sitting with you, I'm learning, how Mithun reacts, how people react, what is going to happen. So I'm always on the lookout to learn something. So be a perpetual learner. Never let that learning spirit die in you. Be a curious person who learn always. And when your curiosity is perked up, you will see that you'll grow places, you'll go places in life. Otherwise, it becomes the end because the moment you think that you've arrived and finished, then you stop learning, right? You know, since you've given me an opening, I'll continue with this. There was this one of my favorite games is cricket, okay, and I can talk on cricket for hours together, okay, and one of the greatest players which you know is Sachin Tendulkar, okay. Sachin Tendulkar, if you see when he retired in 2013, what did he say? When he said we should be thankful to this game, and he touched the pitch and he said, because it taught us to learn till I retired. He respected the game so much, he learned till the end. In 2004, Sachin Tendulkar was this was a series in Australia, okay? And the previous series was against New Zealand, and he had got out 3 times, caught behind or caught at the slips. And then in 2004, he comes to the Sydney cricket ground, and some consider it one of his greatest knocks. He scored around 242 or 236. I don't remember the exact date. Now, he scored 242, okay, in that match in Sydney, where Shane Warne was at its peak, Glenn McGrath, some of the greatest Australian legends, okay? But this fellow didn't get out. Now, when you see the wagon wheel is the way he scores his shots, okay? Sachin Tendulkar, way he scores his shots. When you see that wagon wheel of Sachin Tendulkar, you'll see something very strange. There are no scoring boundaries or scoring runs on the offside. Between cover, point, and mid-off, there is no single run scored. All his 242 runs are either on the leg side or in front of the wicket. You'll see what a lopsided player. But Sachin Tendulkar learned a lesson that whenever I'm driving the ball on the offside, I'm getting caught. So for that entire 1.5, 2 days, two days which he batted, he was such a great learner. He did not score one single scoring shot on the offside. Everything was on the leg side or a straight of the wicket. No wonder he's such a great player. When Virat Kohli went to England in 2014, again, one of my greatest inspirations. If you get a chance to read his biography, read it. It's called Driven. It's not written by Virat Kohli, it's written by Vijay Lokpally. He got caught behind some 14 times or something like that, and he was tremendous. When he came back, he practiced for 15 days, every day around 300 to 400 shots, just holding his bat a little slanter so that he doesn't get the edge. 6,000, 10,000 times he practiced, learning. No wonder he scores, his average is above 16, all the forms of the game. So just be a continuous learner. That's one advice which I would like to give you. Never ever think you're greater than the skill. If I'm speaking, I'll always think that, there is something more for me to learn. Keep that in mind. As students, you'll have to keep that open mind to learn all the time. Okay, let's move on. Yeah. Anything else they want to ask me, or I'll move on?
Sir, if you don't mind, if we can take another question.
Yeah, keep taking questions. I would love that. I don't mind at all. Yeah.
Sir, Aniket wants to know, is there any way to test our innovation at a lesser cost?
You have so many of these. I don't know if you've heard of a website called mensa.org that tests your IQ level. just try it. You don't have to become a Mensa member. Mensa are those people who have high IQs above 120, 125, those are geniuses. But there are innovation tests. You can test your innovation at on any good website. But also let me caution you. What's your name?
Aniket.
Aniket. Now sometimes we test ourselves on skills which we don't possess and then we get disheartened. And that's not the way to do it in life, correct? Some people are innovative, you have to develop the skill, you develop the skill, etc. But trying to test yourself and measuring yourself, like this weight program, I've got 80 kgs and then suddenly I want to go to 70 kgs. That's okay, physical, tangible. But you may not pass a good innovation test, but even then you might be a great innovator in life. If Sachin Tendulkar would have been played in golf, he would have been the worst golf player. If Tiger Woods would have played cricket, he would have been the worst cricket player. But they tested themselves on what they were good at. You can't ask a duck to climb a tree and a monkey to swim. If you test a monkey on its innovation in swinging from branch to branch, it's great. If you ask a duck on how to swim across a lake, it's great, but it can't climb a tree. So just remember that you suddenly get into this trap. You have to be creative, you have to be thinking, but also see where is your potential. And that is extremely important. Where are you good at? Test yourself on skills in which you have a natural tendency to move towards. Don't test yourself on things which you feel that you're going to get defeated and then you're going to feel sad about yourself in life. I always tell this to my students, okay, and listen to you, all of you all. You should have horizontal exposure and vertical expertise. Keep this as a point in your life. Horizontal. You try everything. I'll try playing the guitar. I'll try learning new language because that won't keep you bored in life. But there should be one expertise in which you should be good at. Remember this word, horizontal exposure, vertical expertise. So give yourself a chance, expose yourself to everything. But suppose somebody asks me, Rajdeep, why don't you see if you're innovative in coming out with a new tune? When when I was in college, I thought I was damn good at singing, okay? So I told this girl, come, I'm going to sing a song, see if it's good or not. Chuma, in college we have all this, the stupid things in life, to impress girls and all that. So I went and I told her. Then I started singing. And after that, she told, Rajdeep, you have so much pain in your voice. It's gone into my head. Okay. Now I can't test myself on bringing a new tune. That's left for A.R. Rahman. So just remember this. Don't test yourself on things which you don't think you're good at. You can test yourself on, some people are good logically, some people are good musically. Each of us is born with a specific talent. Put this in your head. Each one of us. God doesn't send you on this planet without a talent. Somebody is good at organizing, somebody is good at music, somebody is good at sports, somebody is good. Everyone finds their own potential. So test yourself where you're innovative. Don't get into this rut of competing with others and seeing where that person is good at. Then you'll ask me, sir, how do I know what I'm good at? Very good question. Now, children, listen here carefully. How do you find out where do you find your potential? Answer this question and don't answer it immediately. Okay, what are those activities which energize me rather than make me tired? Okay, answer this question to yourself. What are those activities which energize me rather than make me? See, for me, public speaking is energizing. I can speak. I'll speak and I'll speak and I'll speak. And after 2 hours of speaking, I'm not tired. I feel even more invigorated because my swadharma is that, in the Bhagavad Gita, they call it swadharma. In your Maslow's need hierarchy, they call it self-actualization. Have you learned the Maslow's need hierarchy theory? The highest one, you go down from the physiological needs, then you go up to the safety needs, then you go to the social needs, then you go to the self-esteem needs, and the highest need is finding your potential. So self-actualization. So find out those activities. What energizes me? When I'm solving maths problems and quantitative techniques, that energizes me. You're getting a clue towards your self-actualization. When I'm trading on the stock exchange, that energizes me. I'm good at. When I'm writing, that energizes me. You can become a J.K. Rowling or a Elizabeth Gilbert. What energizes me? Which are those activities? Just get a clue where I'm in the zone. What's a zone? Where I don't get tired. In fact, one is you don't get tired. Second, you feel that time doesn't pass at all. You know, uh, when you have, again, I'll quote Sachin Tendulkar, okay? Just a matter of fact that he's coming up, but just quote him. Sachin Tendulkar, when he scored the first double hundred on one day internationals, he scored it in Gwalior. And somebody asked him, how did you feel batting for 3.5 hours? He said, 3.5 hours? I didn't even feel I batted for 1 hour. You're in the zone. You don't even know time flies. You know, we had a teacher in, this was the old, when I was teaching in JC Road, okay, Jain College, there was a girl called Vrinda Acharya. And she used to come every day on Monday and she used to put her head down on the table. And when she used to lift her head, it used to be wet. She used to cry. And we used to ask her, what's happening, Vrinda? Why are you crying? She said, I don't like teaching, but I want to teach. But that's okay. You have to earn a living. You will teach, right? But what happened was, later on, she was very good at Carnatic singing, okay? Later on, luck as would have it, she married a Miridangam player, and I met her some years back, and she said, I'm living my life, sir. I go about doing concerts, doing that, because she found her. So what are those activities which energize you? It doesn't mean that you leave everything and you will take it up, but at least devote some time, at least once a week or twice a week, on things which energize you. Second thing is, how do you find your potential is, ask yourself this question. If I had all the time and all the money in the world, what would I do? If I had all the time and all the money in the world, what would I do? Now, let's say I give 1,000 crores to Nisba, put it in a bank account, and she has no responsibility. Let's say, she's married, she doesn't have a family, she doesn't have to take care of anything. What would she do? Would she dance? Would she be a dance teacher? Would she be a nursery teacher? Would she be a stock trader? Would she be a musician? Ask her, and don't answer these questions immediately. You won't get answers. Your mind will play tricks with you. Give yourself a little time. Give yourself a lot of silent time and contemplate these questions. What are those activities which energize me? Where am I in the zone where time just stops? Ask yourself this question. If I had all the time and all the money in the world, what would I do? And you'll start getting inkling. But I'm not telling you to chuck your MBA or to chuck your BBA or to chuck your chartered accountancy, because I know there are sometimes you might have a passion in life and that may not be a livelihood for you. So I have this girl whom I taught in CA, Bhavna. She loves making these, small keychains. She's very good at handicraft, origami, etc. So Monday to Friday, she works in ENY. Saturday, Sunday, she teaches this handicraft, paper cutting, origami to students, to children in her flat. And she also goes to what is this, Samarthanam, that place where orphan children are, and she teaches them free of cost. I have another girl, she passed from BCom, Tanvi. She loved dancing. She was just miraculous when she used to get on stage. I couldn't see, but people used to say, you just to watch her grace, it was. But she did her MBA. I think so. I don't know where she did it from. I think so, PES or CMS. I'm not sure. Okay. I don't know. Okay. But she did it and she got a job in HSBC. Monday to Friday, she used to do that. On Saturday, Sunday, she used to hold dance classes in her house. And she used to teach. You know what happened? She used to put full length mirrors, etc. And finally, she started getting these orders for these marriage dances. The marriages for Sangeet and all, they dance, right? And she used to train them and she used to charge them. Just around 3-4 months back, she left her job in HSBC and she's taken it up as a full length. So sometimes your profession might support you, sometimes it may not support you, but always keep that. So I know the question was something else, but I wanted to take this up so that it answers something very, very important in your life. Innovate, but innovate where you are good at. Don't innovate where somebody else is good at. Okay. Any other question?
So there's a question that is, how can administrative sustainability be achieved in universities?
How can administrative?
Sustainability be achieved in universities?
I'm very sorry. I won't be able to answer this because I'm not an administrative guy at all. I am a teacher. I teach. I hardly do any administration. I hardly do. They ask me to write research articles. I write research articles. They ask me to teach. I teach. But administrative, getting things done means preparing Excel sheets, preparing all those things. I'm not good at. So I don't know if I'll be able to answer that. But I know one thing, that if you get people right, your administration also comes right. So I know that if you want to attain administrative sustainability, you have to cultivate good relationships online and offline. So if you're the better you are in relationship with a colleague of yours who's offline, the more you'll be able to get work out of them administratively online. So let me not offline, online, don't confuse it with computers. And this means, so for example, let's say I want my administrative coordinator to prepare the attendance sheets for 20 days. If I just order her, she may not be good enough. But suppose I have a good rapport with her offline and I say, Lakshmi, how's your mother? How's your father? And I've taken her for a cup of coffee. The chance of her doing the administrative work for you becomes much, much better. So the key is cultivating good relationships. I've always believed that if you want to get work done, especially administratively, you have to have at least some sort of decent relationship with those people who are working for you on the administrative section. And then the system will come. And the second thing is get processes done, right? All of us have learned that if you have the processes in place, why is Subway and McDonald's such huge global brands, while if you have something like Goli Vada Pav only sells in Bangalore and Mumbai? Because they have the processes done. So administration is, they have everything measured. In a Subway sandwich, there will be 25 grams of mayonnaise, 30 grams of potatoes. Everything is touched. Every person is given a process. So if you want to administrative process, get your processes right. This will be the biometric system. This will be the way in which work will be done. If you get the processes right, then you don't have to take those administrative decisions again and again. You know, if a person is half an hour late, half day salary gets cut. You know that these bills have to go so that you can spend more time on thinking. Correct or no? So get your processes in place. Once you get your processes in place and cement those processes, administrative sustainability will be done. And second, develop good relationship with those people who are in the administrative part. This is my 2 pence on it, because I'm not a great administrator. So get the relationships right and get your processes in place. Get the people and processes right. Your administrative sustainability will automatically get. No wonder McDonald's continues to be administratively one of the best managed companies, because they have all the processes right from the bun, the size of the tikkie, the training which has to be done to their workers. Everything is administratively taken place. So set your processes right so that it frees you up, and also get your people right. I think so your administrative sustainability will take care. Move on. Go to the next question. Good.
So someone has a question asking, what is your definition of creativity?
I'll tell you a story. Okay. You know, when I was young, I had this very, very bad habit of sucking my thumb. Sucking thumb. So I used to suck my thumb. I don't know why I got that habit. It was a stupid habit. And my father, not my mother, she tried everything. I used to suck my thumb. So she used to put chili. She put a bandage. She hit me on my finger with a scale if I sucked my thumb. And this was, I was in around 6th standard or 7th standard. I still used to suck my, very bad habit. And in those times, we didn't have all these psychologists and psychiatrists to help you out. Okay. No, you'll tell which year, sir. I won't tell you. Okay. You'll guess my age. So she told my father, she told my dad, what is this fellow? Every day, this fellow sucks his thumb. I beat him. I put a bandage over there. I put chilies over there. Then too, he's continuously sucking his thumb. Great. My father said, don't worry, I'll take care of it. What happened the next day? My father came back from office and he bought around 8 new sets of shirts and pants for me. My mother was stunned. She said, what are you, stupid? I told you that he's sucking his thumb. Instead of punishing him, you're giving him gifts. I bought new shirts and pants for him. You know, we used to wear those chaddis, you know, half pants, you know, in those 6th and 7th. Not yet full pants, okay? Half pants. Shorts. What do you call them? Shorts. Correct or no? So I was so excited. My father told, don't worry, darling. Make him wear these shirts and pants. He'll become okay. And remember, in those days, we had our, it was just a holiday. Then I used to go down to play. I used to go to, in my apartments, there used to be a lot of boys and girls around. And what happened is the next day, when I wore the new shirt and pant, to my utter horror, I found that my pants, the short pants, were 2 sizes larger than my waist. So the full day I was pulling up my shirt, pant, because I used to go down. How will it, if it falls off? So full day my attention got diverted from sucking my thumb to pulling up my shorts, and my entire habit within 1 month it got finished. But the bad habit is stuck. Now also when I'm teaching in class, I'll pull up my pants. Okay, but now I'm not. Thank God it's online. Okay, so creativity is thinking differently. You will have the same problem, but you'll have one person who'll come out with one solution. You'll have one person who'll come out with another solution. And that solution, which is different, not the beaten track solution, not the solution which has been repeated again and again, but that solution which is different. What was that? Apple had the ad line, think different, think Apple. When the whole world thought that the only way in which we can chase out the British from India was through violence. There was one man, Mahatma Gandhi, who said, the only way we can think different is ahimsa. Lie down, get hit by them. Non-violence. We will not raise a single finger against the British. Creative, extremely creative. The Britishers got so frustrated that they had to leave. Our entire nation was changed because one person thought differently. Nowhere in the world before India had any nation got freedom through non-violent means, whether it was the Chinese or whether it was Brazil or wherever. But somebody thought differently. You're not thinking in the same way as everybody else is thinking. You're thinking in a way which is completely different from others. You know, I was, I'll give you one or two more examples. When I was in 12th standard, okay? And as I told you, I can't see. So there was the subject called statistics, okay? And I taken some ABMS or whatever it's called, accounts, business studies, maths and stats. And for stats, there was a chapter which we did, which was called theoretical distribution. What is this theoretical distribution? Is one thing, you know, you have this normal distribution. It's like a bell-shaped curve, okay? And I couldn't understand because I didn't see it. So all the teachers in my college told me, Rajdeep, leave that chapter. You won't understand it. What is this normal distribution? You'll never be able to grasp it. There was this one teacher, Dr. Vignesh, in my college. He told Rajdeep, come to the staff room in the lunch break. I'll explain to you what is normal distribution. I said, okay, sir. I went over there and there was this teacher. What he did is he put a towel on his head from the left side to the right side and he made me touch it like this. And he said, Rajdeep, this is the bell-shaped curve, and touch my nose. This is the mean, median and mode. And you'll be shocked. That tactile representation of statistics stuck to me so much, and the fear of statistics went out of my system. I said, anything can be worked out through tactile representation. Today, I've published over 65 international journal papers, Scopus journal papers. I've done 2 minor research projects. So much. All because there was one person who thought differently. He didn't say, oh, blind person, to chalo chodo. Correct? This fellow will never be able to understand what a diagram is. He thought differently, right? He thought that he can put a towel on my head and make me understand what is So creativity, even in a mundane thing, you can be creative if you're just thinking differently. Just thinking. For me, definition of creativity is thinking differently. Think in a different way. Don't follow the beaten track. Do something. Ask yourself this question. When was the last time I did something new for the first time? When was the last time I did something new for the first time? Might be creativity. When everybody is brushing with their right hand, try brushing with your left hand. See how all that foam will fall on your shirt and pant, and then you'll get used to it. You're thinking differently, right? Isn't it? Somebody has to think differently. So just think differently. That's the definition of creativity. Yeah, Mithun?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Hmm.
I think we are having next set of questions that you can tell us when we can take it, and we can take it.
Yeah, I finished talking. You tell me if you want me to take the next question, or have we run out of time?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
So, how can I design the thesis in sustainability? I really don't know.
Why are you asking these questions to me, man?
Probably it's from a scholar. It's a scholarly participant.
Okay. Sustainability is the core of the day. I don't know how you're going to design the thesis on sustainability, but you consult your guide. That will be the best. You will have a research guide, and I don't know what type of sustainability you're talking about. It might be sustainable business, it might be sustainable environment. For all those children who don't understand what is sustainability is something which will continue for a long period, where you don't only do something for yourself, but you also do something for the next generation. So when I cut a tree to make furniture, I not only cut one tree, I also grow 3 more trees so that the future generation doesn't suffer. Okay. So when I send out carbon monoxide through my car, I not only do that, but I also do something to protect the environment, so that sustainable is something where you have for the present and also you leave for the future generation. So some children will be confused. What is this? Mithun ko aur kuch hai hi nahi, khali sustainable puch raha hai. But what is the sustainable? That is nothing but sustainability. Now, what you're doing in sustainability, I absolutely don't know. But if you're passionate about your sustainability thesis, consult your guide. Your guide is the best. Who will give you an idea on where you have to do, what is the problem you're trying to solve, what is the research methodology you're going to use, what are the data you're going to collect. All that will come as a part of your thesis, but be passionate about what you're doing and consult your guide. I have nothing else to say. Okay.
Sir, I think we can take one last question, sir.
Yeah.
This is from Sanjeeva Kumara. Sir, can you please explain the role of innovation in rural women entrepreneurship?
See, now, rural women entrepreneurship. Now, you have to understand that one thing. Rural women entrepreneurship is a buzzword now. You have rural women who are not only sitting at home, but they're doing something there. I had written a paper sometime on these rural women entrepreneurs who had formed these self-help groups, self-help groups, which actually try and make this ragi malt, correct or no? So they make this ragi malt. Now the normal thing is you normally make a ragi malt and you sell it. What these women did is not only they made the ragi malt, but they also started going around to cities with the ragi malt and selling different types of mixtures for this ragi malt, like mix it with milk and give it, mix it with hot water and give it, and create these small sort of these stalls where they can actually make those people eat that ragi malt and then buy that particular product. So that is one sort of innovation. You have other innovations, where you have different women entrepreneurs who get together. I don't know if you have heard of this organization called, what is that? Shri Mahila Grahadyog. So when they started making papads, Lijjat Papad, have you all heard of it? So Lijjat Papad was a self-help group. Okay, they got together. But the point was that they were not selling these loose papads. They said, let us pack them up and innovate them and put a colorful design on them and then sell it. Now your innovation can come through different ways. It can come from marketing, packaging. It can come through getting the right suppliers to sell your products. It can be in the product itself, not only make the papads, but make garlic papad, make methi papad, make something different. So innovation in rural women entrepreneurship can come from different sides. It can come from the production side. It can come from the marketing side. It can come from the supply chain side. What are you doing to make the women entrepreneurship a little different? So think of those, think of the various facets of innovation. Whatever they're entrepreneuring, they might be coming out with a new idea, a new product, but think in which way will it help them in some way or the other in all the aspects. Don't look at one aspect, look at production, marketing, finance, everything, and see where they can innovate. Okay. Is it enough? Done, Mithun?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So should we wind up?
Before we wind up, I request my colleague, Professor Misbah Fatima, to propose the formal vote of thanks.
Okay.
Okay, now,
Before
but before I wind up, let me recap what I've done and let me give you one small story, and then I'll end, and then you give the question. Okay. Now, children, I've already told you two things. I've already told you I had thought of telling you more, but good, the questions came and we went on, and just want to tell you. So I told you there is a huge rapid change. I don't know to leave it abruptly. Okay. So there's a huge rapid change. I gave you the scale of change. I gave you so many different types where your attention span has shrunk. Then we discussed one very important thing called complexity. And I said, welcome complexity in your life, because when you welcome complexity, your muscles become stronger, you learn more. So don't shy away from any sort of complexities, any sort of challenges in your life, because they make you stronger. And life will never give you an experience. The second thing which I talked to you about was your innovation. Think creatively, use your right brain more than your left brain, come out with innovation exercises, etc. Last thing which I want to tell you is there is a huge innovation now where the organizations are moving from the cash index to the happiness index. So I want to tell you that as far as possible, now you all are in your BCom, BBA, and some of your research scholars, success has become a very, very limited definition in our life. For us, success only means making money. If I make 5,000 crores, I become rich, I'm good. But let me tell you, start changing your definition of success. Start looking at 5 different aspects of success. One is your health. You might have 5,000 crores, but if you're going to have a chronic back pain, are you going to enjoy it? No. I have 200 crores in my bank account, but I have continuous migraine. Am I going to enjoy it? No. So take care of your health. Run for half an hour every day. Do some exercise. I know your body is good now, but once you reach 35, you'll find that your body starts giving up on yourself. So start doing something to exercise. Start exercising. Your health is one aspect of your success. Your wealth is very important. I never say don't make money. Make as much money, because your money will do much good to you. It will also do good to society. If money doesn't go to good people like you, it lands up with bad people and terrorists. So make lots of money, but remember that money can do for you only so much, but it can do for others much more. So make it your ambition in life that I'm going to become an entrepreneur where I'm going to feed 100 families. You automatically will become rich. Make that when I go to my village, I'm going to start a school. You automatically will become rich. Okay. So think of others. Second thing is your health, your wealth. Third aspect of your success is relationships. Keep this in mind. You might be having the health and the wealth, but if you're going through a torrid relationship, nobody likes you, your parents have fought with you, your brothers and sisters are not talking to you, whatever success you have in life will be a big waste. So think of the third aspect, relationships. Think of the fourth aspect, that is your happiness. Your happiness comes from doing jobs which you love, as I've already told you, identifying what you look at, what you love at, and also look at peace of mind. And it's not the right time to tell you this, but slowly and steadily later on in life, try and get a spiritual connect in your life, because that will give you peace of mind. And how do I get this spiritual connect and happiness? For the time being, just think in this line that these are my 5 aspects: health, wealth, relationships, my career, that is my happiness, and my spiritual connect in life. The easiest definition of spiritual connect or spiritual happiness in life is, can I be a source of happiness and love for somebody else? Don't start big, whether it's Mother Teresa, all of them a source of happiness and love. So today itself, make a promise to yourself, I'm going to make my mother happy. Go and hug her today. You don't know how much they sacrifice. Just in your small family, can I be a source of happiness? If somebody calls me up, can I crack a joke and make them laugh a little bit? Can I be a source of happiness for somebody or the other? You can get in life whatever you want if you just help enough other people get what they want. So just be a source of happiness. You will see that when you are a source of happiness, life is a multiplier. It gives you back much, much more. If you make people happy, you will feel that you automatically will become happy. And I'm going to end with this story, which I've taken from Islamic literature. There was this very famous Caliph of Persia. Persia is now called Iran, called Abu. And Abu was a very noble soul. He used to go around the streets of Persia, treating people who were sick, helping people, counseling them if they were not happy. And one day, a bright light appeared in front of him. And this bright light materialized into a beautiful angel. And she said, I am the angel of God. Are you Abu? He said, yes. He said, I will, just a minute, I'll just finish this. The angel of Abu, she came in front of him. That was my wife. She was telling me, how long will you take? No, I have to be a source of happiness to her by finishing this as quickly as possible. Okay. And, okay. And the angel asked Abu, she said, do you know where Mirza the tailor and Qasim the carpenter live? He said, yes. But why do you ask? He said, no, I know you are the Caliph and you know everybody. See, he said, do you know Mirza the tailor, he lives on the next road, and Qasim the carpenter, he lives on the other side of the town. And if you go straight, you'll find it. But he asked, but why do you want to search for them? He said, no, God has given gifts for them. So he said, why has God given gifts for them? He said, God has given gifts for them. God has prepared a list of all those people who love him the most. And these two people were on that list. So Abu was a little amused and he said, is my name on the list? And the angel went through the list and she said, sorry, Abu, your name is not there on the list. And he was a little disappointed, but he said, okay. And he went on. And he started thinking to himself, I didn't go to namaz 5 times a day, but I love God a lot. After a few days, the angel appeared again in front of him, the bright light. And Abu said, oh, you came again. Whom do you want to know about this time? The angel didn't say anything and she handed over a huge gift to him. He said, no, just 2 days back you said that my name was not in the list for gifts of who love God the most. The angel smiled and said, Abu, God prepared a fresh list of those people whom he loves the most. And your name is topmost on that list because you loved humanity. So today, I just want you to leave this with this thought, whether it's entrepreneurship, whether it's business, whether it's anything, try and be a source of love and happiness to some people in your life. Might be your smaller sister who needs you, might be your mother and father, might be your brother. Do something, go and hug them. There's no social distancing with them. Just make them happy, do something for them, cook them something and do something. And I think so, if you do it for one person today, my speech over here will be very, very worthwhile. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nizma, you can continue.
Okay. Before I conclude this session with the vote of thanks, I would invite Professor Sunita BK, our HOD, to kindly share a few words.
Good evening, Rajesh sir.
Good evening.
It's always a pleasure to listen to you. I think first time I heard you 14 years back, and I thought you were mesmerizing. And I think every time you used to come for best manager, I used to think, my God, this man has come now. It is going to be fun. It is going to be learning. Sir, it's amazing to listen to you as always. And today, it is indeed an honor for JUCMS to host you on this platform. I think my students and all the participants will actually echo my sentiments. So, from the bottom of the heart, I thank you on behalf of my team and Center for Management Studies. Thank you so much, sir, for coming.
Thank you so much for calling me. And I stopped doing that best manager thing at around that time only.
I know.
I used to be a source of unhappiness to so many of them. So I said, no, I'm not going to do it anymore. But thank you so much. And it's been an absolute pleasure. And thank you so much, CMS. I consider it an absolute honor to be here. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so very much, sir. It was indeed a very, very insightful, informative, and a complete session of filled with engagement. I could probably relate to every single word that you've said. And I hope that's the same experience our participants have had as well. Before we quickly wind up with this session, I would like to, drop in a quick reminder for our participants, saying them to join our second panel discussion, which is, consisting of the keynote address by the amazing Paul Cheek, which would be starting over at 7:30 p.m. tonight. Hope to see you all there. Have an amazing evening, all of you. Thank you so very much again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. And I'll exit. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you.
Good evening, participants. I hope you all are doing well. Uh, we are bracing ourselves for the next keynote address, which is going to be one of its kind. We still have about 5 minutes to go. So I would recommend that you all quickly go grab a bite, or probably if you want to quench your thirst, now is the right time. Otherwise, I'm sure that the next 30 minutes or so, you're going to be glued onto your seats because we have the amazing Paul Cheek, who's going to be here any moment from now, who happens to be an individual who's taken his enterprise from 0 to 50,000 workers. Okay, and that is something which is commendable. So I'd leave it to Paul to share his entire experience with all of you. However, in the meanwhile, just get ready for something really unique coming your way. So stay tuned. And if you have some interesting questions, please do not forget to drop them in the Q&A box, which is right below. So I hope you're already having a great time learning all day, and I'm sure that you will have an amazing time learning in our last two sessions. So I'm going to catch up with you guys really soon, and if there's any question that we can assist you with, please feel free to drop it in the chat box. Stay tuned. Thank you so much. Participants, please note we shall be starting any moment from now. I hope you all are set for our next session. If there are any questions that you'd like to ask our keynote speaker, please make sure that you put it on in our chat box and we shall address your questions. And we sincerely hope you're having a great time learning all day through. It's been an absolute pleasure to be hosting each one of you for this conference. Very good evening to one and all present here. We're all set to start our next session. The most awaited session of the entire day is finally here, and we have the amazing Paul Cheek right before us here. A very warm welcome to you, Paul. How are you doing?
Yes, thank you, Rohit. Yes, I'm doing well. Thank you for having me today.
It's an absolute pleasure and our honor to have you with us today.
Wonderful. Well, why don't we go ahead and get started?
Yes, of course.
All right. Well,
good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you all are having a wonderful learning time listening to all our great speakers. It's time to welcome yet another dynamic speaker for the day, the amazing Paul Cheek. Paul Cheek is a serial tech entrepreneur, an entrepreneur in residence at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the Martin Tress Center for MIT Entrepreneurship, and a lecturer in entrepreneurship at the MIT Sloan School of Management. At MIT, Paul teaches the New Enterprises course and previously taught the Advanced Entrepreneurship course, Building an Entrepreneurial Venture, Advanced Tools and Techniques. He built MIT's entrepreneurship platform Orbit and also coaches entrepreneurs in various programs like the MIT Delta Accelerator, MIT Fuse, MIT Executive Education, Sandbox Innovation Fund, workshops, and hackathons. Outside of MIT, Paul is currently building OceanWorks, the global marketplace for recycled ocean plastic products and materials. At OceanWorks, Paul leads the company's technology and marketing with the goal of accelerating the market for recycled ocean plastic to clean up our oceans. Prior, Paul co-founded Work2Day, a venture-backed digital staffing and recruiting company. As a CTO, he designed and built the company's technology platform and scaled the business. Hold your breath. He scaled the business from 0 to 50,000 workers. That is absolutely commendable. Previously, Paul co-founded Tap Technologies, where he invented multi-user credit card payments. Paul has also built technologies for and consulted with Logman, BlackRock, Prudential, Mazda, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the amazing Paul Cheek. Paul, the center stage is all yours.
Thank you, Rohit. Appreciate it. And thank you all. Very excited about this. I've been looking forward to joining you here today. I'd love to go ahead and get started. So today, I want to talk to you about how you, yes, you, all of you out there, can build a business, but not just any business, a sustainable business. From day one, from day zero even, from today. And why don't we get started in doing so? Building businesses is something that I live daily, and I get to teach to my students in class. I want to share some experiences from my life with you today, but also those of some of my students at MIT. When we talk about building a sustainable venture, I want to talk about why focus is so important, but also how it's hard to get started, right? Because we need to consider opportunity cost. We must also think about why you should start right now. Not right now, not while I'm talking, but right afterwards. Why you must start today. And additionally, how you can go ahead and get started. But before we get into that, we must all get on the same page about what entrepreneurship is, right? You might say, oh, it's starting a company. Sure, yeah. You might say it's building a big business. Sure, yes. You might say it's fun. Yes, that it definitely is. It's definitely fun. But so that we're all on the same page, it's the process of doing more than is perceived as possible with the resources you have at your disposal, right? And that sounds horrible. To do more than what is allowed by the resources you have on hand, it sounds really hard. But in fact, it's a lot of fun. And it's one of the best ways I believe that you can develop, not only personally, but also professionally. You might say, oh, that sounds horrible, it's hard. Maybe, I don't think so. You might also say, that sounds really risky, right? In fact, I think it's really just calculated risk, right? How much risk can you take? Let's make sure that it's within your constraints. But you can do this in a way that ensures success. And I believe that there are 3 things that you must consider to ensure success in building a sustainable business. The first is vision. You must know where you are going. The second is learning, an attitude that promotes learning and developing. And third is focus. You must have focus. And these 3 together, vision, learning, and focus, are the 3 things I believe you need to ensure success in building a sustainable business. Let's start with vision, right? I said you must know where you're going. It's kind of like budgeting. If you know you need to save a certain amount of money, then you need to figure out how much do we need to save each week or each month, for example. It's the same thing here. If we're going to build a sustainable business and we've got kind of our end goal, we know where we need to get to, we can then work backwards and figure out what must we do today, tomorrow, next week, next month, and we can set milestones to get us to that vision. The second thing, learning, right? We must have an attitude to learn. And when I say an attitude to learn, I don't just mean the attitude to go and read a book, to learn a new skill or a new concept. What I mean is the ability to go test, hypothesize, and learn more about your customer, learn more about what your customer needs, learn more about how your customer wants a solution delivered to them. It's about learning about your business. And I look back to just a few weeks ago, we welcomed entrepreneurship students to a new program that we were kicking off in the 2nd week of January. And we told them, go start your company, get going. We had a very brief kickoff meeting. We said, just go do it. Well, they looked at us and you know what they said? They said, hey, Paul, like, what should we do? Like, how should we spend the next hour, right? We said, just go build your company. Do what you need to do to de-risk the opportunity, right? We talked about how this can be risky. If we want to build a sustainable business, we need to de-risk it. And we need to do that over and over and over again. And so, they started, they came up with a hypothesis. And well, when they came up with their hypothesis, they said, okay, what do we do now? We said, well, you need to go test it, right? You need to come up with some test to decide whether or not you have proven your hypothesis. So they came up with a test. They went, they ran that test. They came back and they said, hey, Paul, we ran our tests. We proved our hypothesis. What should we do next? So I said, well, tell me, what did you learn, right? You ran this test. You had this hypothesis. What did you learn from the process? They said, well, we learned X, Y, and Z. I said, great. How does that influence your next hypothesis? What do you need to go learn now, right? And again, this was not a process of going and opening a book and learning a new skill or concept. It was learning about their business. And that's what's so important. They were constantly improving. The more they learned, the more hypotheses they tested, the better their business became, the more sustainable it became, because they knew more. However, they had so many assumptions. There were so many things that they needed to learn, right? We all have a lot of things we need to learn if we're starting a new business. So, with so much to learn, we must shift to the last of the three that I had mentioned earlier. We must look to the F word, focus, right? We need to be focused. You can build a sustainable business if you have focus and if you are focused. In life, you can't put all of your eggs in one basket. But what does that mean in entrepreneurship, right? Because you have to be all in on your company. You need to be prepared to spend every waking moment for 7 to 10 years focused on that one company. You do, in a sense, have all your eggs in one basket, right? You might say that's risky, like we talked about earlier, right? But I don't think it's that risky. I think it's calculated risk again, right? Because you can't put all your eggs in one basket in entrepreneurship either. We like to say that you can't chase 2 rabbits because you'll catch neither, right? If there's 2 markets, you've got some new invention or some new idea that you want to bring to market, and there's a market over here and there's a market over here. You can't go in both directions, right? You must focus on one. You still have the other one in the back of your mind, and you can go chase it if you need to. You can move your eggs from your first basket to your second. You need to have an extra basket, right? You need to always know what is coming next, but you can't put half your eggs in one basket and half in the other, because you will catch neither rabbit 10 times out of 10. The same could be said about customers. You might say, oh my gosh, well, I've got this great invention, this great idea, this great product. I think it could serve this person's problem, also this other type of person. You again, absolutely must choose one. But you have to know what's next, right? That's that other basket. And that's not just because there could be a global pandemic, right? Plenty of businesses are having to shift right now. But you need to know what's coming next, because your business is going to grow and going to evolve as you continue to learn, year after year after year. You must prepare yourself to move your eggs from one basket to another, because once you've conquered one market, you'll then need to go on to the next. But you can't figure out the next market in absolute detail today. You must know your first market really, really well, and then you can shift to your next market. Then you can go and figure it out in absolute detail. You must spend 99% of your time thinking about that first market, and only 1% of your time thinking about the second. And this reminds me of a story of one of my students who, he had this amazing business in the event space. Naturally, his business took a toll, right? When the global pandemic hit, his business changed instantly. In the event space, that business started to hurt, right? But prior to the pandemic hitting, he had this other market he wanted to go into. He didn't spend a ton of time on it. Why? Well, because he was generating all of his revenue in the event space. Once the pandemic hit, he knew he had that in the back of his mind. And he said, oh my gosh, this could be a great opportunity. We are not going to let this business die. We instead are going to go and look at the other market. He was well prepared. He was well prepared not just to grow his business to this other market once he'd saturated the event space, but in the event of a global pandemic, he was prepared to take that next step. What that meant is he had a game plan. His vision remained the same. He had learned over and over and over, and he kept his focus. What did that mean? That meant that when his business was basically torn apart from a global pandemic, he was able to proceed. He had built a sustainable business. He had the vision, he had the attitude for learning, and he had the focus. And those three things allowed him to continue on and build a very strong business. But some of you might be thinking, that still sounds way too risky for me, right? It is, but it's fun, that's for sure. And it reminds me of another story about another student who I talked to just 3 days ago. She came to me and she said, Paul, you know, I'm trying to figure out what I should do next. Once I graduate, what is my next step? What should I do? I said, well, what are your options? And she said, well, I've got an offer for a corporate job and an offer to join a startup. And I said, oh, well, which one are you going to take? She said, I don't know. I can't figure it out. I said, okay, well, why don't we talk through it? We had to figure out what the opportunity cost of each option was. Opportunity cost. What is the opportunity cost? Well, it's the loss of potential gain from choosing one alternative over the other, right? So I said, why don't we go through some of the pros and cons and then we'll figure out what the opportunity cost is. She said, okay, well, you know, the corporate job, I could go take that, right? I get paid an awesome salary. I said, that sounds great, right? Sounds wonderful. I said, tell me about the job. Is it something you're really passionate about? She said, no. It's not something I'm all that passionate about. The industry, it's not really for me. I said, okay, well, maybe it's a stepping stone, right? Even if you're not super passionate about it now, maybe it could get you to your next step, your next career move. She said, I don't know. You know, I've talked to a bunch of people. It sounds like it might be kind of a dead end. I don't know where it could really lead. I said, oh, okay. Well, why don't we talk about the startup offer, right? I said, what is it? She said, oh, it's this great company. I love the team. The team's amazing. I said, oh, cool. That's great. It's in this industry. She said, yeah, I'm really passionate about that industry. I said, okay, well, what else? You know, what would your job be? She said, oh, well, you know, I'd get to wear a lot of different hats. I'd get to do a lot of different jobs. I said, oh, that sounds fun. A lot of variety. She said, yeah, and my goal is to become a more well-rounded employee. And I said, oh, well, wearing many hats, that sounds like a great way to do so. She said, yeah, definitely. And, you know, in my transition towards working in venture capital, this would be a great stepping stone. I said, oh, that sounds great too. But the salary was nowhere near that of the corporate job, right? And most people, when they consider the opportunity cost of joining a startup, say, oh my gosh, I'm going to give up the big salary, right? But what I believe is that you must flip that. You absolutely must flip the way that you look at opportunity cost. Yes, going and taking a job at a startup or starting your own venture, you're going to give up a good salary, right? But I also believe that the opportunity cost of joining a startup, it just, you can't even compare. You really can't, right? Because the opportunity cost of taking a corporate job, right? There's so much to consider there, right? It's the ability to hit her personal goals, to work on something that she was really, really passionate about. She also wanted to become this well-rounded employee, and it was a great stepping stone on the path to her next career move. She said, I'm not sure what to do. You know, like, they're two great options. I said, the answer could not be clearer to me. It really couldn't. There is so much to gain from going and working in a startup. Even though it's way more risky, it's not gonna bring home quite as much money. There's too much to gain to not take that opportunity. So she had to make that decision. She did. She wound up taking the job at the startup. But I think this is, you know, a decision that a lot of you might have to make at some point as well. You know, any new company I've started, I've always had to think, well, what's the opportunity cost here? And I must say, I'm so glad I've started every single one. When you go and you have to make this decision, please don't consider just the opportunity cost, you know, missing out on a big salary, but consider it on both sides. What might you be missing? I think you also have to remember that many of us, myself included, absolutely, we don't perform until we're really put to the test. You know, we can practice all day long. But the thing is in entrepreneurship, it's your responsibility to put yourself to the test, right? You don't have the coach saying, okay, you know, I'm going to put you in, right? It's your responsibility to do that for yourself. It's your job to decide to take the risk. And that is something that you absolutely must do. And it reminds me of a few of the students who joined that program that we started a few weeks ago. The one where I told you, students said, what do we do now? What do we do now, right? Well, they came in, and in the first week, we kicked it off on Monday. And then I had a lunch with them on Wednesday. And they came back and I asked them, what have you done for the past 48 hours? And they said, you know, we've kind of hit an inflection point. I said, tell me about it. Tell me all about it. He said, well, we've gone from talking to each other and hypothesizing, coming up with ideas, to actually doing. They put themselves in, they put themselves to the test, right? They went from just hypothesizing to actually acting and doing. And that is exactly what you must do. You must put yourselves to the test, because that is when you will begin to perform. Because entrepreneurship is not a spectator sport. It is not watching and looking and thinking and talking. It is actually doing. And that is something that it is your responsibility to begin. You know, there's a song called Center Field. It's about playing baseball by John Fogerty. And yes, it's about baseball, but it's also what he describes as a metaphor for getting yourself motivated, knowing that there's a challenge in front of you and actually getting started at tackling that challenge, right? It's about, you know, doing whatever is necessary for the job. And I think that's a great metaphor, because it's so true in entrepreneurship. You must take that initiative. And it's not about just knowing that you need to take the initiative. It's about doing it right now. At MIT, we say that T equals 0. What does T equal? T is time. The time is now, right? We can talk, we can hypothesize, we can dream, we can come up with all these great ideas, right? Much like my students had done prior to the program a few weeks ago. But if you don't act, if you don't do, nothing is going to happen, right? We're not getting any younger. Right now, wherever we are in our lives, in our careers, our risk tolerance is higher than it will likely be later, right? Now is a great time to get started, because if you lose everything right now, you still have time to earn it back, but you'll do so with much better skills and a much better mindset, that entrepreneurial mindset. So the time is now. You need to get started, absolutely, right? How do we do that? How do we go and how do we get started? Well, my belief is that you need to go start talking to people, not just any people. You can't just talk to the people on your team. You need to go talk to customers, right? The last company I started, Work Today, we didn't go and build a big product, right? We didn't say, oh, well, we believe we need a product that does this. We didn't go build that product. We went and we started talking to people, because we don't know what they want yet. You might think, oh, but I know what I want. No. It's not about what you want. It's about what your customer wants. You have to do your research, right? You're not just going to go buy a new car or make a big purchase without having done a little bit of research, right? So we're not going to go build a big new product to launch into market without having done our research. So at Work Today, instead of building a big product, spending 6 months building a product and then putting it in market, instead, we just went and started talking to people. What was our product to start? It was not anything technical. As a tech company, you would think, oh my gosh, they came up with this great technology. No, we started by handing out a business card with a phone number on it. We started handing them out to people, and we waited to see what they would do. It had a phone number on it. And we ran a test. We said, we believe, our hypothesis, our attitude for learning, we said, we believe that people will text this number to find a job, that would be easier for them than going and finding a job in person. What happened? Well, we learned so much, because so many people started texting that number. People who we hadn't even handed a card to. We could see people talking to others and telling others to text this phone number, right? We talked to these people, and we learned from them. They were our customers. Don't go build a product. That's not how you get started. You get started by going and understanding your market, understanding your target customer. And that's something that you can all do today. And I never like to leave a session without proposing a challenge. And so I have a challenge for all of you here today. My challenge to you, get a pen and a piece of paper. Take that out if you have it in front of you. If you don't have a new venture you're starting yet, take the pen and write down 3 ideas. 3 ideas. Ideas for a new venture, for a new technology, for something you're really passionate about. If you have an idea already, maybe you don't have a team yet. Maybe you're still a solo founder, right? Working by yourself. Okay. Write down 3 people you could go talk to about it, right? If you've got your idea, write down 3 people. I don't just want you to write them down. I want you to actually go talk to them, right? Maybe you don't do that right now, but tomorrow, next week. I know it's late in the evening for you there. If you have a team, you've got your idea, you've got your team, you're already going at it, starting this new entrepreneurial venture. Take your pen and write down 3 skills gaps that you have on your team. What skills do you not have today that you need to build your sustainable business? Write down those 3 skills gaps, but don't just write down the skills gaps. Write down where you might be able to find people who can fill those skills gaps that you have on your team currently. That's going to help you level up, get to the next stage. So we've talked a little bit today about how you can build a sustainable business, right? Any of you, everybody. You can build a sustainable business. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you must consider the opportunity cost of not taking a risk. And the third thing is that the time is now, right? There is no better time than the present to go and get started. Those are 3 things we've talked about today, but if there's one thing that you take away from this session today, I want you to take away that you, yes, you can do this. You can start a new venture. You can take the first step, and you can set a vision for the future of what life looks like in the future. You can set a vision, you can learn, and you can get yourself to focus. We all can. And so please take this challenge, act upon it. I truly, truly believe that everybody here can do it, and you will have so much fun doing it. With that, Rohit, I will wrap up. Thank you so much for having me today. Please, everybody, act upon that challenge.
Well, Paul, if I had to say something, I think you have given us so much of information in a mini capsule, and this information, your advice, I'm sure, will go a long way to all the budding entrepreneurs that we have right before us on this session right now who are listening to you. We are absolutely honored to have had you here. Due to brevity of time, we could not really extend your session, but someday in the future, we'd like you to have a one-on-one session with our students, wherein students can directly ask you all sorts of questions that they have in mind. And I'm sure that'll really help them a long way in order to gain clarity. Just like how you've got them started today, I think that can be version 1 someday in the future.
Yes, absolutely. It's an iterative approach, right? We start somewhere and we keep going. I hope today's been thought-provoking and inspired some to take that step forward.
Oh, you bet. Thank you so much, Paul. It's been an absolute privilege to have you. Just before we let you go, I have my very dear student giving the word of thanks. Shresh, please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, for this amazing session, for sharing your profound ideas with us. This address certainly benefited us with your breadth of knowledge and depth of expertise. It's been indeed a pleasure to listen to your valuable thoughts. Giving your time really helped us. This conference is really fruitful to our participants. Thank you.
Yes, thank you as well. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Rohit, for coordinating. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Paul. Wishing you a lovely day ahead. You have a long way to go. and we're just wrapping off over here. So have a lovely, lovely day. Thank you again, and I look forward to connecting with you really soon. Thank you so much.
Sounds good. Thank you. Bye for now.
So dear participants, now we are almost towards the end of our one-day-long international conference. I'm sure you all are taking home a lot of learning with you. So before we prepare for our next panel discussion, it's time for you to sip on some water and to munch on some quick snack, and allow us about 2 precise minutes in order to get things underway. Thank you again for joining at this lovely session, and we shall start in precisely 1 minute from now. Thank you so much. Hello, Dr. Lipsinki. Thank you so much for joining in. We shall be starting in about 2 minutes from now. Yeah. So thank you so much. I'm just coordinating with the other panelists, and we shall just be underway any moment from now. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our last session for the day, which happens to be the most awaited and the session which we all have been waiting for. Yes, it is our second panel discussion. And before we get started, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our dynamic panelists for the day who are right here before us. I'd like to start off with introducing our first panelist, Mr. Mustafa PC, CEO and co-founder for ID Fresh Food, a school dropout who went on to do his engineering in computer science from NIT Calicut and an MBA from IIM Bangalore. Mustafa PC's love for traditional Indian food complements his penchant for technology and innovation. In 2005, he joined hands with four of his cousins in Bengaluru to start ID Fresh Food. PC was born and brought up in a remote village in Wayanad district of Kerala, where his father worked as a daily wage laborer. His humble beginnings strengthened his social consciousness and resolve to help build a world where everyone has equal opportunities. After spending initial years of his career at top MNCs in India and abroad, becoming an entrepreneur was a natural progression for PC. His aim was to provide employment opportunities to aspirants from rural India. With ID Fresh Food, PC's endeavor was to make fresh, homemade food accessible to one and all. He identified the gap in the market, afflicted with poor quality idli and dosa batter. In 2005, the company was the first in India to promote authentic Indian foods that are 100% natural and preservative free. The team's clarity on their brand philosophy has helped its evolution from a modest family run business to a professionally run organization that currently operates in 45 plus cities across India, in the United States, and in United Arab Emirates. Started with an initial investment of just 25,000 rupees by PC, ID Fresh Food has raised funding from Premji Invest, Azim Premji's investment arm, and Helion Venture Partners. As the brain behind India's largest fresh food brand, PC has been lauded with many prestigious awards such as the Forbes Tycoon of Tomorrow, India Today, Make in India Award, JCI National Award, Vocational Excellence Award, and Entrepreneur India Award, IMB Distinguished Alumni Award. These are awards which are just to name a few, but he has a bag full of awards. He also works very, very closely with the Directorate of Indian Army Veterans for the welfare of Army martyrs' kin. He's also a part of the Prime Minister's Champions of Change team with a vision to build a new India by 2022. Mr. Mustafa PC, a lot can be said about you. I would like to stop at that and extend a sincere and a very warm welcome to you on this panel. Thank you so much for taking your valuable time out and agreeing to be a part of this panel. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
Our second panelist for the day is Professor Ankur Sarin. Ankur Sarin is a member of the faculty at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. His past works include investigations of effects of social and economic inequality on welfare outcomes of children and understanding the influence of technology on the social and economic life of the marginalized. Recently, he has been working on making the right to education an instrument not only for the increased access to education, but also the one that promotes a more inclusive education system as a part of the Institute's Right to Education Resource Center. He has a PhD in public policy from the University of Chicago, and prior to joining IIM Ahmedabad, he was a researcher at Mathematica Policy Research. Professor Ankur Sarin, it's an absolute honor to welcome you here with us today. Thank you so much for joining in.
Thank you, Rohit.
Next, we have Mr. Ambut Sharma. Mr. Ambut Sharma is presently building a 100 million luxury lifestyle brand called Escaro Royal from scratch through the use of technology, innovation, and direct-to-consumer methods. He is a senior leadership professional with rich corporate and entrepreneurial experience in video technology, retail, and brand development, and holds keen interest in business strategy, strategic planning, and people leadership. He loves building awesome teams. He consults SMEs on growth hacking and business management. His core competencies are product management, program management, business management and development, strategic planning, content driven marketing, team building, and technology management. He's an expert at Facebook marketing and Amazon marketing. I take pride in also mentioning that he was recently featured on the Forbes list. Mr. Ambud Sharma, it's an absolute honor and privilege to welcome you as a panelist. Thank you so much for joining in.
Thank you, Rohit.
Our final panelist for the day is Dr. John Lipsinski, who is joining us all the way from Indiana, Pennsylvania. Dr. John Lipsinski is a professor of management and the MBA director at Indiana University of Pennsylvania. He earned his PhD in business administration from the Katz School of Business at the University of Pittsburgh and his MBA from the Ross School of Business at the University of Michigan. Prior to entering academia, Dr. Lipsinski held managerial positions with Procter & Gamble, Warner Lambert, and PNC Bank. I extend a warm welcome to you, Dr. Lipsinski. Thank you so much for joining in.
Thank you so much.
Well, panelists, it's been an absolute privilege and honor to be welcoming you all here today. So we'd like to get started this way. We'd like to give you a couple of minutes to express your opening comments on our theme of sustainability as to how do you relate with sustainability, and then we'll take on the questions that are posed or which have been given to us by our audience. So to start off with, PC, let's get started with you. We'd like to know and hear from you as to what does sustainability, as to how do you relate with sustainability as a person?
In the name of God, peace be unto you. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. It's a great honor to be here among all these great leaders and superstars. We built Heidi into a $300 million brand in the last 15 years. During this journey, we feed more than 1.3 million Indians every day with the world's best food, idli. And we're happy for what we've done. But I really feel guilty for polluting this earth with plastic bags every day. I've been working on finding a solution for the same thing. We haven't cracked it yet, but we're still working on it. We will find a solution one day. Recently, when we were launching our new product called ID Grated Coconut and ID Tender Coconut, we tried to keep our products 100% natural, no chemicals, no preservatives. And a coconut stays fresh in its shell for a couple of months. But when you remove the shell and when you grate the coconut, it gets spoiled within a couple of hours, unless you add chemicals and preservatives in the food, in the grated coconut. We tried different experiments to preserve the package, preserve the product without adding chemicals in it. Nothing worked. Interestingly, we finally went back to something which was completely different, or completely that you could never think of, which is we opened the coconut, grated the coconut, and we repacked the coconut in the coconut itself, in the coconut shell, because world's best packaging is already created by Almighty God. We just need to make use of the Almighty God's packaging. I hope this is just a beginning, and we will find more such products coming to the market with natural packaging as a theme. I think that's how I would start with. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, PC. That is absolutely insightful and something very new for our audience to know and to hear. Okay, so packaging made out of coconut. I mean, it's really something that is gone unheard, at least by me. And thank you so much for sharing that. So coming to you, Ambud, what would be your opening remarks when it comes to sustainability?
So there are two aspects to me when sustainability is being discussed. The first is sustainability of the product or the service, and the sustainability of business, right? And generally, these two things they cross paths and we choose one towards the many, right? I mean, we either choose sustainability of the product or we choose sustainability of the business. And that is a problem that, we are trying to face every day. We are trying to solve every day. For me, we are into leather, mostly, luxury leather, that kind of a thing, where we also believe that, the product that we are trying to make comes from leather, comes from animals. We are going in the opposite direction now and trying to find out leathers made of mushrooms and peas, to be able to bring something to the market from a material standpoint that we can use to give the same kind of luxury experience, at the same time be a little bit more cognizant towards sustainability of the environment and animals, that kind of thing. From a business standpoint, we are profit focused, because sustainability of the business is driven by what kind of profits you make, which many companies that my colleagues actually have been running, they don't really see that as the case. But we are very profit focused, so that we are reinvesting those profits and becoming more and more sustainable in business. Those are the two angles that I would be approaching this at. Thank you.
Well, I would say that we've already got our learning moments already. We are hearing about such novel ideas. I mean, creating leather out of mushrooms and creating packaging content out of coconuts. I mean, I think we are already getting our learning moments. Coming to you, John. John, what would be your quick opening comments?
Sure. To explain sustainability, I usually start with a simple example. If you take a petri dish with nutrient in it and put a culture of bacteria in there, the bacteria will multiply and expand as quickly as it can until all the nutrient is gone, then the colony dies. And the temptation is for us to act the same way. We have resources, we have, whatever we have access to, and human nature is to go and consume as quickly as possible. Sustainability is about having the discipline to use the resources in a more responsible fashion. When I initially say that, people think, oh, he wants to give us a lower standard of living, wants us to not exploit our resources to their fullest. But really, sustainability is the opposite. It's thinking how to take the resources that you have and use them in a way where you're going to actually get more as you go forward, in a manner that's not going to be destructive to your environment. I work with a number of companies looking for ways to retool their production processes or distribution methods to lower their carbon footprints, to use more recycled content, or get away using things that aren't recyclable, like plastic components. And in every case, we're able to help the companies do it more profitably than the old methods they were using. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, John. Coming to you, Professor Sarin, what would be your quick opening comments?
I'm nothing as inspiring as my colleagues here, sort of in terms of what they've done. But sustainability to me is not. I mean, of course, the environment and the climate is a big part of it, but sustainability also means sustainable societies. And my concerns in some ways have been around the increasing inequality, and I don't think the inequalities that we have today and the trends that we have, they can sustain a society. And that's really where my motivation to work on the right to education also comes in. In terms of what I do, I'm as an academician, but as an academician in a business school, one has to struggle with trying to, in some ways, inculcate the ideas of sustainability or sort of a larger social and a public purpose. And it's increasingly difficult to do when students have taken loans of 25 lakhs to get this education. So that's sort of the struggles that in some ways, or the challenges that one faces while trying to talk about sustainability in the context that I am.
All right, panelists, at this point in time, I have a question to ask. It's an open question. All these years, we've heard about sustainability, and as a student, of, I mean, while I was doing my masters or while I was doing my undergrad, I've heard the term sustainability being closely associated with corporate social responsibility. And a lot of companies were practicing CSR just for the sake of it, were just into sustainability just for the sake of it. And ever since the pandemic struck, we've seen, right from Niti Aayog, we've seen the global leaders across the globe, across the world, talking about sustainability, building sustainability models, building a lean business model. What are your thoughts about it? Do you really think people have now started taking sustainability seriously, or do you still feel that it is just for the namesake that people are still calling themselves or calling their businesses as a sustainable way of doing business? Would like to go, Amod, you'd like to take this?
Yes, I would like to take that.
Sure.
So I think a lot of people, I'm just talking from a general standpoint, they tend to use austerity measures and confuse them into, you know, an approach to sustainability. As Dr. Lipinski said, it's not about conserving resources. That's not sustainability, because even if you conserve your resources, be it financial resources, be it environmental resources, at some point of time you are going to run out of it. I mean, you can delay it. You know, that doesn't mean that you're making it more sustainable. You are just delaying that outcome, right? Sustainability is about using those resources to either recycle those resources better, or using alternate resources and letting the resources that you have been compounding, that you have been using in a more, you know, rash manner in the past, to kind of rejuvenate, right? That is where the sustainability comes in. A lot of the companies that I talk to, when I talk to them about sustainability in, say, packaging, for example, right? I'm into e-commerce. A part of my business is into e-commerce. I see, you know, packages being sent, large packages with a lot of plastic boxes, plastic bubble wraps in there, and then, you know, when you open it, you get a small battery. That was my latest example. I got a small battery in literally a shoe-sized box. How can it ever be sustainable, right? But somebody made money on that. Somebody transported it. Somebody made money. The $1 trillion company did make some money out of it, right? As long as we are not thinking things through and brute forcing our way in the name of development, sustainability is not going to happen. It is not about delaying the outcome. It's about reusing the resources available to us more responsibly.
Fair enough. Moving to PC. PC, what is your stand?
Yeah, I'll probably take it in a slightly different way.
Sure.
This world has limited resources. We all know about it. Usually, businessman in India has got a negative connotation. People attribute businessman with a business mindset, and they think businessmen are cheats. It's not true. Large brands and sustainable brands are built using strong values and very high ethics. I think it's important for a businessman like me to make money without compromising values, without taking shortcuts, and then use that money to build a better world. That's what makes a human being. That's what I've learned.
Thanks so much, PC. Coming to you, Dr. Lipinski, what do you have to say when we talk about this?
Sure. You know, I was teaching in Bangalore. We have a joint program with PES University and IUP. But I was teaching in 2016 when the water riots were happening. And I think, you know, that's just an example of what happens when everybody starts thinking of resources as a zero-sum game. You know, more for me, more for you, focus on the short-term, you know, potential. For business, you really have to show how you can profitably take advantage of sustainable practices, how you can actually create more opportunity, how you can create better growth, better opportunities, if you want them to truly embrace it. Unfortunately, too much of business is managed, on a quarterly basis. I have to make my numbers, I have to make my profit, and people lose sight of what's happening around them in pursuit of those short-term numbers. But when you can go in and redefine a practice, when you can go and look for ways to increase sustainability and increase profit, the arguments go out the window and people are ready to embrace the practices. So like the packaging example that was given, using these giant boxes to ship a small battery, there's a lot of waste in that, and that waste is money. And as you can figure all the savings, if you're sending thousands and thousands and thousands of those, and I can save, just a couple rupees on each shipment, that adds up very quickly. Or I can figure a way to get the energy at a lower cost, or I can figure a way to reduce a few steps, which will take some of the labor cost out of a product. Companies will embrace it. They will embrace the sustainable practice.
All right, fair enough. Coming to you, Professor Sarin, what's your stand on this?
One of the biggest issues or challenges that business as such faces when it comes to sustainability is the culture that's increasingly developed, that we shouldn't be responsible, or the consequences don't matter for us, and the only consequence is sort of the financial bottom line. And I think if that's the cultural mindset that remains, it's very difficult to actually ensure that even as you grow, you remain sustainable. They're wonderful ideas in terms of what people can do when they're starting out as as a sustainable business, or an idea which sort of does great and tries to marry purpose and profit. The real challenge comes in terms of growth. But at the same time, I think today businesses can't function the way they functioned in the past. I don't think the youth and they're not going to take greenwashing and the kind of cosmetic sustainability that you were talking about. That's not going to be sufficient for them, and they are going to demand more from businesses as well. So I think this is not really going to be much of an option going forward.
Right. Over here, I just want to ask a very candid question. As a consumer, I know that I shouldn't be using things which are not good for the planet, not good for the environment. As a manufacturer or as a businessman, you know that you shouldn't be using products which are not good for the environment. We know it all, but we are not doing anything about it. I'd like to know why. And very quickly, I just like to know the reason as to what do you think it is. Ambud, starting with you.
The availability and economics, basically, those are the two things, right? I'll just give you an example. Organic farming, right? Very, very big fad, not fad, but trend around the world. Is it available? And what does it cost for me to do that, right? As some of my esteemed colleagues were saying there, that if you put a number on the cost of it, or the price of it, and how much you can save, or how much more profit you can make while keeping the things consistent with sustainability practices, then you should be able to make some business case out of it, right? That's the idea. But as a consumer, when you go out and you have certain amount of budget that you have to keep into account, especially the middle class, right, which is generally seen as the violators of most of the policies, environmental policies and otherwise. When they go out and they see an organic tomato at 3 times the price as a normal tomato, they will not be able to buy it. No matter how much we talk about the environment, we talk about the ethics of it, we will not be able to support it, right? The second part is, how much is it available? Is it only available to certain parts of the cities where the elites are living, or is it available out in the open, right? These are the two things the two factors that I would take into account, or that are basically hampering or supporting sustainability.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Ambud. Coming to you, PC. What's your take?
I think Ambud summarized it well. It's any solution that comes to market has to meet 3 criteria according to me. It has to be available, it has to be technically feasible, and it has to be commercially viable, right? So for example, let's take, plastic as an example for me, right? There's no way for me to do a packaging of the product or the batter, which is a liquid product, right, in a paper packaging or some other packaging, right? So my only solution is to package it in a plastic bag. Now, there are solutions that I have tried from different parts of the world. Unfortunately, it's not available in India, right? Either not available in India, or it exorbitantly priced, which is not affordable for the end consumer, or product doesn't fit into the the technical specifications of the packaging. For example, in the case of batter, the packaging has to arrest the fermentation beyond a point. This packaging, that the plastic free packaging won't help on that. So unless these 3 issues are addressed, it becomes difficult for us to move to this kind of a model. But I was thinking of in a slightly different way. I think if the government comes up with a solution or a proposal saying that you end up taxing the plastic, let's say plastic packaging, and start giving some subsidy for plastic free packaging, then hopefully things will get balanced, and then hopefully we will see some kind of a fair play in this whole thing. It might work,
right?
Government might be able to make better money out of it. Sure. But I think if something of that sort is tried out, it might work out.
Right. Well laid out, PC. Thank you so much for that. Coming to you, Dr. Lipsinski, what are your views on this?
Sure. My initial business training was in banking, and banking is all about eliminating risk. And one of the things I learned, most businesses avoid risk at all costs. If the old method, if the plastic bag works, there's not a big incentive for me to experiment and get away from it unless you're going to either give me a big cost advantage, or as PC said, if the government is going to step in and intervene, some way, shape, or form, help with the risk, or incentivize people to take a chance to do things a different way. Or, what we get in the United States a lot is government investing in universities to do research, come up with the next great innovation that's going to replace the plastic, or figure out a way to come up with a sustainable solution. And then the university will partner with industry to develop a product that is commercially viable. In the United States, the government actually gives good financial incentives for universities and professors to work on innovation like that. They actually get an ownership stake in the intellectual property, even though it was paid for by government funds. So, the researchers have an incentive to partner with industry. Obviously, industry has an incentive then to partner with the researchers if there's going to be a breakthrough product that can be rolled out into the marketplace.
Sure. Thank you so much for that. Coming to you, Dr. Sarin, what do you think?
In part, the problem lies in the fact that the costs have to be borne by individuals, but the benefits are sort of, for the larger public. So if we have a better, cleaner world, everybody gets to enjoy it. So that almost automatically means that there has to be a role for policy and the government to come in and step in. There is also the issue of path dependence, which is also what my colleagues are talking about. That what do I mean by path dependence? Like, we have a keyboard which is not the most efficient keyboard, which we know, but to shift from this keyboard to a better keyboard is going to require a lot of training, a lot of re-engineering, etc., etc. Who's going to bear that cost of shifting, right? And either the government needs to step in, or if it is going to be private capital, it has to be a lot more oriented in this direction. The capital has to be pursuing values which are perhaps different from simple financial capital, which is just pursuing profits. And unfortunately, the impact investment space, which should have been providing that, is still not matured in that way.
Right. Thank you so much, Pat. Now, coming to your individual specific domains, if I were to ask you, post the, ever since we've been struck with this pandemic, what are the kind of changes that you've witnessed in your own space of doing business or whichever profession you represent? What are the changes that you've seen, and what are the changes that you think will take shape in times to come, which will help you and your counterparts in the same line of business to sustain themselves? So, what do you think of that? Starting with Ambud.
The first thing that pandemic gave us was the feeling to be at home, to be able to work from an environment that is not as dynamic as an office. Commutes have gone out. Nobody wants to commute anymore. I think we are out of practice to most extent, right? So the first thing that we did was basically put everybody in their homes, comfortable, made sure that they had the equipment to be able to work from home, right? And that's pretty much everybody did, right? The second thing what we did was we started looking inwards into the company and figuring out what are the efficiencies and what are the wastes that were happening because we were centrally located and everybody was commuting in and out. Everybody was short on time always. Now we had a lot of time. We kind of looked at our processes and figured out what the wastage was, right? And we tried to fine tune our processes. We tried to find efficiencies where, typically we would not have found the time for, right? The third thing what we did was we figured out better ways of making people happy. We figured out the processes in our HR, the mechanisms to kind of connect better into the people and understand what their personal experiences are or their personal aspirations are and work towards those. We have found that with these 3 or 4 things, we have been able to create a much more happy workplace, virtual workplace of sorts, right? Especially in the technological context. Now, given that we have been able to create that environment, and most people that I know have also been able to create that environment, we have started getting suggestions in this context against sustainability, for sustainability. What things can be done to increase the efficiency, and people have started thinking from that standpoint where previously people were not, right? So that is what kind of a pandemic has put us into, to find that efficiency while unknowingly supporting the sustainability models.
Sure. Thank you. PC, on to you.
I would summarize in just two sentences. One, I think work from home works, right? Thereby, it reduces carbon footprint in the world to some great extent, right? You have a better world, in terms of the pollution, right, in the last 1 year. Second, as Ambud mentioned, we have learned to do more with less. And this has been 2 learnings for us during the COVID times. And I think these 2 are here to stay.
Sure. From your industry perspective, did you? I'm sure that you guys did pretty well during the entire course of pandemic. But however, did you come across any such challenge that put you in a tough spot?
Yeah. So initially we were, working only on the offline business model, wherein our products were being distributed directly to retail stores, and consumers used to walk into retail stores and pick up the product. During the pandemic time, many stores were closed, and we then started focusing on e-com.
Okay.
And e-com, pre-COVID, our revenue was 3% of the revenue was coming from e-com, and today that's becoming close to around 12% of the revenue coming from e-com.
Wow.
That's the impact that we've seen in the last 1 year.
Amazing. Ambud, back to you. You had a point to make?
Yes, just one sentence to support PC.
Sure.
We've figured out as a community, that the cost of living is not high. The cost of lifestyle is high. And that lifestyle is what is causing us to be unsustainable in long term. Well, if we look, like, for example, I have a backyard. I started doing some vegetable gardening. I live in the US, right? I'm calling in from Charlotte, North Carolina. I started doing things in my garden that I had never envisioned I would. I started growing tomatoes. I started doing things that was not possible for me with a full-time job and a house to maintain and all of that stuff, right? So we figured out that cost of lifestyle is what's binding us, not the cost of living.
Amazing. Thanks, that brilliant point. I think even
I'm going to steal that.
I think all of them agree on this point. So a very valid point, Amber. Thank you so much for that. So yeah, Lipsinki, Professor Lipsinki, anything to add on that, please?
I mean, Ambud and PC really summed up the corporate situation well. I would just add that the challenge we're going to face is I graduate business students, and they're going into a new work environment. It used to be most of my students would graduate and go into an office and be mentored by the people that they're going to work with very closely. But if they're going to go work into an environment where more people are working from home, maybe they're asked to work from home, they're going to need a whole different level of preparation. And we're working through that. We don't have the answers yet, other than I acknowledge to my students that they are going to have to take a more proactive approach for how they're going to integrate themselves with their companies.
Right. Dr. Sarin?
I think I'll speak more broadly about the education space. And I think we've been hit by nothing less than a tsunami as far as education goes in the Indian context. And I don't think we've really understood or realized the impact that it is going to have. In terms of, say, schooling, you have children who the last time teachers have seen them in classroom are going to go from first standard. Now, the next time they're going to see them is in the third grade. Like, so second to fourth. So everybody's almost getting like a double promotion. And you take into account the already low levels in terms of quality of schooling that we've had for bulk of our children. How are we going to deal with this? And we've done surveys where we found out 30% of children have had no contact with any school at all. Whether the school they were going to. Now, what's going to happen to these children? Are they going to come back to school? I think even in the, in terms of sort of higher education, I don't think most institutions and programs have really adapted the way, say, what the businesses have, because businesses had to. Most programs are still trying to sort of do everything that was supposed to be done offline, online. And I think those things, they have to, in some ways now, we have to work with them and figure out how do we do things differently.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Sarin. Makes a lot of sense. Now, before we get on to the concluding thoughts, we have individual questions which have been posed by our students to all our panelists over here. So starting with Amber, there's a question for you. How did you manage to sustain a luxury brand in time of a pandemic wherein luxury brands were bleeding to death? How did you manage to sustain your brand?
So I think there's an understanding that luxury is expensive, and that is why it is not something that survives when there's a pandemic or there's a crisis. Actually, it's the other way around. Luxury is something because of the consumer of luxury who is not moved much by the price point movements in the market, right? For example, an Hermes bag, right? 8 lakh rupees. If it is available for 9, or if it is available for 7 or 6, it hardly matters to the person whose net worth is 1,000 crores. Simple as that, right? So luxury, which is vanity, mostly vanity, less utility, more vanity, and the utility recovers the fastest. I am from luxury, I am in vanity. PC is from utility, food, can't go without. Absolutely not. Certain parts need that food available, be it from a raw material standpoint or from finished product standpoint, right? So utility and vanity are the two industries that generally come back up fastest. I will also tell you from the unit economic standpoint, for somebody who is in the middle range of product development, right? Say 1,000 rupees, 1,500 rupees price point, they will have to sell more units to sustain their business. For a luxury product, it's not the case. The margins are such that we can still sell small number of products or small amount of product if you are into, say, perfumery or something like that, and still be able to sustain your business, right? Thirdly, our model is based on digitization, right? We are a digital first company. We did not go offline and then try to look online. We started online and now looking offline, and a mix of both, O2O, offline to online and online to offline, or omni-channel as most people call it. For us to be able to get those efficiency in, especially that e-commerce deliveries were happening and no problem at all, we changed our product mix towards the customer, the luxury customer, when they're staying at home. For example, instead of leather shoes, we went into, say, leather, wear at home sneakers, or slippers, things that people will still wear at home or still use at home in a luxury space. So for us, it was mostly a shift in the product mix and efficiencies in e-commerce to be able to make it happen. The price points took care of the sustainability as far as the business cash flow was concerned.
Right. I think brilliantly put out, Ambud. Thank you so much for this. PC, a lot of questions for you. So you started selling batter when right in the days wherein people would only trust in making their batter at home. How did you overcome this challenge of becoming one of the most trusted brands in the market today?
Might take some 3 minutes for me to explain it.
Sure.
Yeah. So we were actually trying to sell world's best food, idli, but it comes in a plastic form, right? In a plastic pack. Anything in a packaged form is considered as unhealthy by Indians. We Indians don't trust a packaged food. Look at ID. We were actually trying to sell world's best food, idli. But when it was in a packaged form, consumers won't trust us. We tried different experiments. Nothing worked. I would attend a lot of conferences. People would love my personal story. People would love ID story. But then when I come to the podium, one grandmother will still come and ask me, "Bacha, what do you add in it to make soft idli? Tell me, so that I can tell my granddaughter in US about it." We don't add any chemicals or preservatives, nothing artificial in it, but consumers won't believe it. Our biggest problem was I want my customers to trust me. And that's the biggest challenge for any food brand. And for the matter, it's the biggest challenge for any brand. And for food brand, it is even the most challenging task to get consumers to trust you. So we tried different experiments, nothing worked. Finally, we tried something differently. And this really worked for us. And I'm going to explain that to you. What is the best way for someone to trust you? We learned that you trust them. You trust them so that they'll trust you back. With this concept, we launched this beautiful campaign called ID Trust Shop. We had launched unmanned shops in Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, and Hyderabad. 35 shops in these 4 cities. This shop had no salesperson, no camera, no technology. It was not a vending machine. There was no security personnel. There was no one watching except the Almighty God. The shop was based on trust. Consumers were expected to open the chiller, pick their favorite idli batter, drop the money in the money box kept next to it, go home and have a healthy breakfast. Customers were surprised with the campaign. Our campaign video went viral across the world. Slowly, they started trusting us. What I've learned is if you start trusting your customers, they will trust you back. Now, it was not an easy experiment. In a store in Chennai, some consumers were dropping fake currency notes, the monopoly currency notes in the trust shop money box. What do? We continue to experiment. Same set of customers who were cheating us felt guilty and started dropping 500 rupees note in the money box, wherein my product cost was only 70 rupee. That made my day. During pandemic time, a few months ago, we launched phase 2 of the trust shop. We did set up 500 plus trust shop in a span of few days in different parts of the city. It was mobile trust shop, beautifully conceived, and it got us great brand mileage. Interestingly, consumers were paying us on MRP, not on my price to retailer. So for example, if you take a product which is a 100 rupee product, I would get a retailer will pay me 80 rupee. But in this case, consumer was paying me at 100 rupee. And in those trust shops, I got 97% collection on MRP. This business was giving me better revenue per store than a retail store. And most importantly, better profitability per store than a retail store. Overall, it helped us to create a strong brand and a very trustworthy brand that we're today. So what I've learned is, if you want someone to trust you, trust them. Trust your customers so they'll trust you back. I've experimented it and I've experienced it, and I strongly believe this world can be a better place if you trust each other.
Brilliantly put out, absolutely heart touching. Thank you so much, PC. I think we all agree that this was one of the most beautiful things which really will be the highlight of the session. Thank you so much for putting this out, PC. Much appreciated. Now, a very tough question for Professor Sarin and Dr. Lipsinski. There's a question that has been put out. It's actually a double-barreled question up here. The question says that now, since there is online education options available, there are online courses available, and now education is moving online, what is your viewpoint about private universities making the kind of funds that they would collect each year just before things were normal? What do you think? Will this have a larger impact, or do you think that things will normalize?
Tough question. I'll start if you want.
Yeah.
I think number one, a lot of students miss being in a traditional classroom. One thing that we're finding is Zoom is not the answer, in that they have Zoom fatigue. I'm sure we've all experienced that. You're tired of living on a laptop screen and a cell phone. And when I'm lucky and I'm outside and I get to stand 6 meters from my neighbors and have a real conversation, it feels really good. I've been in a classroom for literally 10 minutes since this all started. And at the end of those 10 minutes, for me, the connection just felt so good, just working through a little orientation program with the students. So I think you're going to have a yearning for people who want a traditional classroom experience. And, as Dr. Sarin mentioned, with young students, being away from the classroom, I'm willing to bet that, assuming things return to normal this fall, they're just going to be so happy to be at school. I have 3 children, and I know they can't wait to get back to a traditional classroom. And I hope that's going to continue towards a desire to collect together as a university. Can you get some good basic background education through online? Yeah, absolutely. You can also get it just watching videos. Does it provide competition for universities? It does, and that's fair. But like so many businesses, and let's face it, universities are a business, we're selling an overall experience, and a big part of that experience is being a community of learners. And I'm very honest with all of my students, whether it's my students when I'm teaching in Bangalore, whether it's my students teaching here in the United States or other countries where we have programs. You're going to learn more from your peers than you're going to learn from me. I'm just a facilitator. I get the conversation going. And my old joke from back when I was an MBA student at the University of Michigan was, I learned most of my things with a beer in my hands. And I'm very serious about that because there was a bar across the street from the business school. And after class, we would go to the bar and we would talk about whatever the subject matter was and how it applied to the different industries that my classmates had come from. So I was learning petroleum engineering. I was learning, computer programming. I was learning how the insurance industry looked at things. All these great experiences that my classmates had really brought everything to life. Your thoughts, Dr. Sarin?
Right. So I think it's one of those times when maybe education institutions should also be thinking more like businesses. And the reason I'm saying that is, I mean, in some ways, Ambodh was mentioning how luxury and maybe utility goods are also impervious to recessions or downtimes. Education is one of those sort of sectors as well. Especially in a country like India, you're never going to really have a dearth of demand per se. So the question really is, how do you deliver? I mean, I think it's an opportunity, honestly, especially for higher education, because there are things that can be done online at a much lower cost. You can reach many more people, like this panel right now. We've not flown into Bangalore. We are sitting wherever we are. So there's plenty that can be done online. There's plenty that cannot be done online. And I think it's a great, I mean, if education institutions respond and say, well, how is it that we can create more value at lower costs? Then that's sort of, something that really is tremendous and good that comes out of it. But education institutions are not always, the pioneers in terms of being agile and being adaptive and responding, in part because we have this sort of, assured demand. So I think maybe private institutions will show us the way on some of these things.
Sure, fair enough. I think, Dr. Lipsinski, you had a point to make?
No, I'm good.
Okay, all right. So panelists, one thing that I can say out of our discussion today is that it's been absolutely fruitful, and I'm sure every single participant out here will agree to this. Since we are now close to the time when we'll have to close our session, I'd like to invite quick closing comments from each one of you out here. What would be your quick closing comments on the entire theme, or it can be an advice to all the young folks out there listening to you right now? What is it that you'd like to tell them, starting with Ambodh? Yeah.
Well, the most sustainable thing that you can do for yourself right now is conserve your energies and try to channelize them in the right directions. A lot of we were living in cities and we were kind of running with our, like chickens with our heads cut off, right? From pillar to post and doing things that, just consumed a lot of time and emotional energy. And think one thing that we need to sustain over long term is the emotional energy first. And if we can do that, then we can do wonderful things, including, be it running a company or being in, teaching people or anything of that sort. So I think it's time for us to kind of hunker down, look inside and see what we are made of and work on the conserving and multiplying emotional energies.
Perfect. Coming to you, Dr. Lipsinski, what would be your closing thought on this?
Events like the pandemic change a lot of things, shake up the system. And for young people that are getting ready to graduate and come into the workplace, there's going to be a lot of new opportunities. Jump on them. Take a chance. When you're young, you have incredible opportunities that you won't have when you're older, when you have different responsibilities. And sustainability is going to be a driving force in business. People are going to demand it. It's going to be a requirement as the business community progresses this semester. So look for those new opportunities because they're going to be emerging rather quickly.
All right. Coming to you, Dr. Sarin.
I just think, some of the issues that we've spoken about today are perhaps the most challenging and complex issues that, anybody is looking for challenges, a youngster looking for challenges. This is the space that they need to be coming into. And, as I think, affirmed so nicely by, the panelists that we have, my co-panelists here, there are multiple paths to success, and, success is not defined in just a singular way. And so walk the road and, make the road while walking. So I think that's the only, and this is a tremendous time to do that.
Sure. PC, before you give your closing thoughts, PC, there's a very interesting question for you in the chat box. And one of the participants says that, what do you have to offer if at all the participant is ready to give you a plastic-free kind of an option for your products?
Yep. So answer is yes. If there is any such solutions, I'll put my email out here. Do write to me. I'll be the happiest person to implement it, even if it costs me money, even if it costs me, my bottom line. That's fine, because I want to solve it before I leave this world. I will solve it.
Amazing, amazing.
Now, to answer your question about closing remarks, all of us want to see this world a better place. We have our concerns. We have concerns with the Bangalore traffic, right? We have concerns with plastic. We have concerns with many things else, right? And we want somebody else to do it for us. I can tell you, if you want to make this world a better place, nobody else will do it for you. You have to do it yourself. Don't wait for tomorrow, because tomorrow never comes. If you want to make this world a better place, don't get addicted to salary. Take up entrepreneurship. That's the best way to make a change in this world. Don't wait for tomorrow. Do it today. As I repeat, be the change you wish to see in this world. I repeat, be the change you wish to see in this world. Do it yourself. Thank you.
Well, on that high note, I'd like to thank all the panelists from the bottom of my heart for giving us your valuable 60 minutes. It really means a lot to us, and I'm sure every single participant out here is going to take home a lot of learning imbibed through this session. So once again, heartfelt thanks to Mr. Ambut Sharma, Dr. Ankur Sarin, Mustafa PC, and Dr. John Lipsinki. Thank you so much for your time. We wish you all the very best. Keep inspiring us, and we wish to host you in our future upcoming conferences too. So thank you so much for your time. It truly means a lot to us. Wishing you a pleasant night, and to Dr. John Lipsinki and Ambut Sharma, wishing you a pleasant day. You guys have just got started. So thank you so much for joining us this early. It truly means a lot.
Thank you all. God bless you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
Participants, coming to the most exciting part of this conference, I'm sure you all are waiting for the results. And for the same, I hand it over to our conference convener, Professor Sunita BK.
Thank you, Rohit. Thank you so much. It's indeed a wonderful session. We like to thank all the panelists. On behalf of our director, Dr. Dinesh Nilekant, I thank all the participants, all the panelists for gracing this conference. As Rohit just now told, it is the most awaited thing. I will not waste further time. The overall winner for the best paper in this conference goes to Ria R. Varghese, Dr. Kanchan Naidu of Women Christians College, Chennai. Congratulations, Ria, and Dr. Kanchan, congratulations once again. For the next track, the marketing track, the best paper award goes to Ranjit from Sri Lanka. Congratulations, Ranjit. The second place goes to Akriti Kumari from China. Congratulations, Akriti. And the third place goes to Ikran Mansoor from the Central University of Kashmir. Ikran, congratulations. And the next track, human resource track. The first prize goes to Gayatri K and Dr. Uma Warrior of Center for Management Studies Business School. The second prize goes to Dr. Avinash Sharma of GLA University, Mathura. Third prize goes to Dr. Stani R. Miranda, East West College of Technology, Bangalore. Congratulations to all the winner. I request Dr. Umakant to proceed with the further awards. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. In the finance track, we have the winners. First place goes to Priyanka Jha, SRK University, Sarvatpalli Radhakrishna University, first place. Aman and Firdaus Khan, CMS B School, Jain University, Center for Management Studies, second place. Third place goes to Dr. Sushil Saroya, Central University of Rajasthan, third place in this finance track. Moving on to general management paper. First place goes to Vidya Sharma, St. Xavier College, Bangalore, first place. Manas Kumar Yogi and Darab Kumar, Pragati Engineering College, Autonomous, second place. Ilyas, Checheppan Ilyas, University of Algeria, third place. Thank you so much, winners. Good luck. Over to Rohit. Over to Rohit.
Okay, thank you, Umakant sir. Congratulations to all the winners as well as the rest of the presenters for their remarkable efforts and enthusiasm. As we have come to the end of today's event, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Chancellor, Dr. Chain Raj Roychand, our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. N. Sundarajan, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raj Singh, Registrar, Dr. N.V.H. Krishnan, Director, Academic Planning, Professor Sridhara Murthy, and entire group of Jain deemed to be university for developing an ecosystem that has transformed the society and contributed significantly towards its betterment. I thank our esteemed director, Dr. Dinesh Neelkan, Center for Management Studies, Jain deemed to be university, for his overwhelming support and golden words of advice in our endeavors and for inspiring us with his mentorship and guidance. I'm extremely thankful to our esteemed keynote speakers, Sri Swaminathan Gurumurthy, Sri Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Member of Parliament, Mr. Hari Nair, the amazing Paul Cheek, along with our panelists, Mr. Vinay Roti, Mr. Niranjan Khatri, Dr. Krishna Kumar Balraman, Ms. K.S. Lata Kumari, Mr. Mustafa PC, Dr. Ankur Sarin, Mr. Ambut Sharma, and Dr. John Lipinski for giving us enriching insights about the concept of sustainability in current day business world with innovative practices to be adopted to the management and social levels. I would like to thank all HODs from the bottom of my heart for their ever extending hands of support, which have been instrumental in the success of this event. I would like to thank our coordinators, Ms. Jayashree and Ms. Chaitra, for their assistance, the extremely talented faculty members for their participation and encouragement, the facilities manager and the non-teaching staffs of CMS, whose contributions have played a significant role in the success of this event. At the very end, I would like to thank Panchami, our sponsor for the conference. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our wonderful participants whose engagement and active participation has fulfilled the purpose of this event and made this event successful. Finally, I would like to take the privilege to thank each and every one present here for the conference and wish our esteemed speakers a great time ahead and all our participants a very good night. Have a good night and take care. Thank you all and Jai Hind. you.